7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is justice and freedom to love, live, and be. Music provided by sourcevibrations.com.
I am love. I am peace. I am free. I have abundance. I have everything within me. For I was, for I am, for I will always be. We are love. We are peace. We are free. We have abundance. We have everything within us. For we are, for we will always be. For Mother Earth is love. For Mother Earth has peace. For Mother Earth is free. For Mother Earth has abundance. For Mother Earth has everything within her. For she was, for she is, for she will always be. And so it is spoken. So it has been written, and it is done.
You have entered into a dimension of truth, where time does not exist and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
All right. Okay. Something just knocked me off, so just a second, family. YouTube, just throw up a flag and let me know if you can hear me. I'm not sure if the audio got knocked off. My mic kind of went a little funky there for a second. Literally all I did was move the doggone arm and the sound left. So let me see if I'm still on. I tell you, this technology or lack thereof. Okay, y'all can hear me? Cool. So let me just check to see if they can hear me on the phone, and then we'll go ahead and get started, family. It's always something. Y'all just don't understand how bad this technology is. They want to play like this is so advanced, but this stuff is so low level. It just disgusts me. So hold on, let me try, let me check one more place, and then we can get it crack-a-lackin'. Where the hell is the other one? Okay, good. Y'all can hear me on YouTube. So let me get the phone people straight, because I'm thinking that they can't hear me on the phone. So hold on a second, family. All right, phone people. Where the hell did it go? Oh, I think it totally booted me out. Bootleg technology. Okay. Just a second. So, while we're waiting for me to get on with the phone family, did any of y'all see the verses for Auntie Patty and Auntie Gladys in the YouTube land? I thought that, I didn't see it live, of course. I went back and listened to it after the fact, and it was so refreshing. Some of y'all, I know my millennials, that's probably your grandmama them. That's probably your grandma and them music, but for me, that's my parents' music. So, you know, I grew up listening to it. So it was just such
Start
a
meeting.
treat.
Share better. Q&A session has started. The recording has started.
So much class.
Welcome
so
to the
much
Truth
grace.
Uncompromised show.
They
I am your
complimented
host,
each other.
Rhonda.
And of
The
course,
show
their
will
body
start
of work
shortly.
is just
Peace and love.
impeccable.
There are 6
So,
participants in the conference.
You know, shout out to them again. I'm back on. Yeah, I just straight got kicked off. Sorry, phone family. I just straight got kicked off for no MFing reason. So I see that I'm back. But yeah, just, you know, I'm talking about the Patty, Auntie Patty, and Auntie Gladys verses. It was just really refreshing to me. It was a treat. And it really made me think about how important legacy is. And I know that, you know, they're entertainers, this, that, and the third, but I kind of flipped it and thought in general, the things that we talk about on this show, when we talk about, you know, sweeping around your own doorstep and doing it within your own family. Because at the end of the day, you know, you are responsible for your legacy. And, you know, a lot of us, I know, especially those of us that are in this particular knowledge, you may be the only one in your family that rocks with this knowledge. You may try to talk to your family and they ain't trying to hear it, this, that, and the third. That's okay too. But, you know, when we're talking about basic values, basic decency, doing the right thing, and, you know, how old schools say, how you carry yourself, those things are important. And, you know, those of us that are, you know, my generation, I'm Generation X, it's our responsibility to check ourselves to see what type of legacy that we are leaving, what type of example are we setting for the younger ones. So I just do want to say again that it was refreshing to see both them aunties just shows so much class, so much grace. It wasn't about competition. And, you know, we can learn a lot from that because that's how it's supposed to be. You know, even in this quote, quote, small so-called conscious community, we don't show unity. We don't show respect for each other. It's all competition. It's all about views and likes and trying to get people's followers. And now, not everybody, but majority of you MFs, that's what it's about. And it's not genuine. It's certainly not being in tune. So, you know, that's just another example of just really being who you say you are. You know, if you say that you're an adult, and on the conscious community side, damn, you still can't hear me, Brother Sean. And if you say that you're supposed to be a god, then you're supposed to act accordingly. And the egos, you know, wanting to put other people down, wanting to hoard knowledge, wanting to fleece people, that bullshit is over. Okay, cool, Brother Sean. It's over. It's over. So, you know, you're going to continue to hear us on this platform talk about sweeping around your own doorstep, talking about going within. When we say sweep around your doorstep, that's exactly what we mean. It starts with self first. Your household. Then you can resonate out and change the world. So, all right, let me get off my rant. So glad everybody can hear me. So welcome to the truth. Let me get professional with my do-rag on and my hoodie sweatshirt. All right, so welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I'm your host, Rhonda, and tonight we're actually on episode 46 of the Real Pilgrams, the true story of immigrants coming to America. So before we get deep into this, I do want to give our main source of references. We have used several, but some of the main source of references are White Trash, The 400-Year Untold History of Class in America by Nancy Eisenberg. This particular book sat on the New York Times bestseller list for quite some time. I do know that she was going around the country doing lectures on this book, the material in this book, as well as some universities, not a lot, some universities picked up the material, and some people on their YouTube channels also featured her work. She did an excellent job. It's well researched. She put a lot of references in here. What I liked about it is, to be honest, where I got that Andrew Jackson was melinated, she said it, but she put it in code. She called him Tawny. So us being who we are, we know what tawny means. And so throughout this book, she dropped those codes and those hints in there about melanated people owning slaves as well, and how white people were not at the seat of power. So shout out to Nancy Eisenberg, the author. You can get this book on YouTube. And as you can see, I've been digging in it quite well. I literally stopped reading ahead because I wanted to be surprised on air as you all are. And this book has sparked so many other sources of material that we brought into the forefront. We are on the Civil War part. We're really at the end of the book per se. But yeah, the material just keeps coming in so much. That's what's taking us long. But I don't want to rush through it because It's a lot of gems in there. Oh, you watched hey, peace and love, South Wind. You watched a lecture on the book a few weeks ago. Yeah, I purposely did not watch lectures regarding this book because I didn't want to be skewed in any way. And shout out to brother 832. He was the one that recommended it. He recommended it 3 times. And usually when he recommends a material to me 3 times, I'm like, okay, I gotta get it. And I'm so glad that he did, because it was well worth it. All right, the next one, they were white and they were slaves. The Untold History of the Enslavement of Whites in Early America by Michael A. Hoffman II. Right? So that's this book. As you can see, it's not a thick book at all. He's raw with it. He cuts to the chase of really laying out the conditions of white people coming to the Americas. Okay? So again, we're talking majority of white people. I would say 99% of white people came over in not so great conditions, specifically on indentured servant contracts. Okay? Now, the hidden secret, of course, the hidden secret is this about white people coming over and on them indentured servant contracts. And then also the hidden secret that melanated people weren't the slaves. Did slavery exist? Absolutely. It was a combination of indentured servitude, prison sentences, but that whole theory about out of Africa slavery, it's just not true, family. We got the receipts. We've talked about this several times. Just like it's not true that the founding fathers were white and white folks came over here in droves as settlers. Well, no, they came over here first as indentured servants. Okay? The settlers, for the most part, were in the 13 colonies, which were ran by melanated folks. So now that brings me to the next 2 books. We use these 2 books in the Black Nobility series. Shout out to this author. Now, melanated folk, I would highly recommend you get these next 2 books I'm about to put up here by the author Lee Cummings. I feel they are collector's items. You can also get them on YouTube. You can give them away as gifts. You can give them to your young ones to teach the true history. Okay? So the first one is The Negro Question, Part 6. The 13 Black Colonies. Okay? So on the picture on this particular book is, I think that's King Charles, if I'm not mistaken. Okay? All right. So the next one is by the same author, Lee Cummings, The Negro Question, Part 4, The Missing Link. So in this one, he's going to go into the heritage of those melanated Europeans. Yes, Europe was melanated. All of Europe was melanated. That means the people, as well as the kings, their courts, all of that. They held the seat of power at that time. And that's also including Asia. Okay? But in this book, he, breaks down the different melanated kingdoms, and he gives you the receipts on how melanated Europeans came over to what we're calling now the United States, which were the Americas then. All right? Now, some of them came over on indentured servant contracts. Some of them came over because they were connected with the melanated kingdoms in the seat of power. So they came over as, they don't call them investors. Shit. It'll come to me what the term that they called them back then. Okay. So again, a shout out to Brother Lee Cummings for those great bodies of work. All right, family. So with that said, let me bring on my co-hosts. All right. I think they're in the queue. Yep. All right. Let me bring on Sandra. Peace and love, sis. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine, sis Rhonda. Peace and love to you, too, and to the family, and Brother Sean. Peace and love.
Oh, shit. I can't hear on this damn microphone. All right, sis. You can hear me. I can't hear you. Child, I'm so sick of this crap. So hold on a second, sis. I might have to take off this mic and go to the phone, which I hate because it's crappy reception. So hold on, sis.
Sandra? Elra? Wholeness and power, family. Can y'all hear?
All right, let's try this shit again. I tell you, peace and love, Brother Sean.
Wholeness and power, sis. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. That was my fault. I had to switch to my phone, and I didn't take myself off of mute. So that wasn't on me. That wasn't on you. That was on me. How are you?
I'm good. You know, I'm good. You know, I'm just waiting to get some shit started.
I know. You got a lot. We got a lot to go over, y'all, as usual. So let me try to bring on. Baby. Woo, baby. Yeah, we need to talk about. Shout out to my sis, Prancing Tiger. She sent me, she was the one, Brother Sean, that sent me that video link. Let me take off these damn headsets since these MFs don't want to work. She was the one that sent me that video that I sent to you and Sis Cheryl. Baby.
Oh, okay.
Woo! Baby, yes, we got to talk.
Got them nut huggers.
Yes, Hunty. Yes, we definitely got to bring that up. For sure. Let me bring on Sis. I done accused her falsely, and it was my damn messed up audio. So hold on. Peace and love. Yeah, it was. Peace and love, Sis. We got a lot of static on your end.
I don't know why. There's nothing really on except for a fan. It's quiet.
Did you want to call us back? Because literally all. Yeah.
Oh, I hear it now. Okay, I can see if I can get another line or something. I don't know. I'll try it again.
Yeah. Okay, sis.
Okay. Yeah, ain't no damn telling. My mic all of a sudden just went out. Pisses me off. So, who knows? Y'all know how that go. Okay then, Brother Sean. Well, huh?
So you know they having fun with us.
Yeah, it's all good. It ain't gonna stop nothing, but you know, like you say, it is what it is.
Yes, indeed.
All right, so while we waiting on dial back in, you got any go ahead on with the fuckery?
Yeah. It's official now. They didn't just came out and said that this is all Nasera Jacera.
Yeah, I saw you post that, but I wasn't really understanding. Who said that? Let's start with that.
You got the whole the QAnons are starting to say this shit. This is coming from Q. Their beloved Q.
Child.
They tearing all this stuff together. You know, they saying that JFK Jr. is still alive, that he the one actually running his Twitter account. You know, they talk about how his grave site is in the form of a Q. So is Michael's. So is Princess Diana. And now they're talking about the Galactic Federation. And some of the patriots have even put up videos with the white people, of course. Of course, can't nobody ever find a black alien.
Right. Right.
They say that they're not going to. They say that they just gonna show off. They say that they ain't gonna land until, you know, to everybody, you know, cool about everything. That's why they slow walk the disclosure and everything. But they say they ain't gonna land or do shit. They say they just gonna show off.
So,
they don't show off. They just it's an air show.
Oh God! So you trying to sit up here and tell me, and YouTube, y'all give me a thumbs up or something if you can hear me now. Hopefully you can. I had made a mistake and I was on mute when I switched over to my phone. So you trying to sit up here and tell me that Q Elemento P now they talking Gasera, Nasera, aliens and all of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, okay then. Thanks, YouTube. Oh, okay then.
I couldn't believe, but can't nobody, I mean, all these different Q people now starting to have these interviews with the Galactics, of course, always the white ones.
Right.
I mean, don't our people see that you're not being represented no fucking where?
Not at all. Not at all. That's why I wish the fuck I would give Q Elemento P them some credit.
I kept saying
it's just crazy. Yeah, well.
I mean, they trying to pull something off, but the bottom line is that they're trying to get equality. They're trying to get us to accept them. Let's say that there is our star family up there, and they waiting to see what the fuck we gonna do.
Right.
And the Sarah stuff come out. They want to see whether or not you like, oh, they okay now. You know, everything cool. We all got the same amount of money now.
Right. So in other words, trying to bribe.
Right. Bribe you into letting them stay here a little longer.
And like I took and told them, you know, like they listen and it really don't matter. Mama Earth has the last say in it. And you ain't proven to her that you want to act properly. Not only, you know, specifically Caucasian people, and that's not all Caucasian people, because there are some that truly do
care about the earth and all of that jazz. Melanated people too. So it ain't no need you trying to butter up the motherfucking melanated people, because the people that's gonna rock with the fuckery, they don't have a leg to stand on. So at the end of the day, either you're gonna get your shit together, and this is everybody, and rock on her vibration, or it's not gonna be a pretty thing for you.
Not at all. Not at all.
But I didn't know, so now QLMNOP is running the Gasera Nasera script.
Mm-hmm.
The shit that folks been hearing for 20-something years, the shit that folks then literally passed away trying to wait on. Literally.
Filing paperwork, losing their houses,
losing houses, all of that. That's why I don't support none of that bullshit. None of it. I make it crystal fucking clear. I'm not interested.
And I mean, all of these people, if I remember correctly, they had signed up. They waiting for 1-800 numbers to be released or tacked up sent to their phones, letting them know when they could go sign up for their money or this, that.
Yep.
Hey, everybody, y'all want to send me y'all numbers? I'll text y'all when the money comes. Or if y'all ain't paying attention when the aliens come, I'll hit you up and let you know. I'll make sure you get your cut. But you got to sign a few pieces of paper saying that I'm supposed to be looking out for you.
Right.
And then that way we can build together.
And the hilarious part about that is, so you mean to tell me that the aliens got to take time out of their galaxy coming over here so you can get some motherfucking money?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and the mass arrest.
Right.
They behind that too.
Oh, okay.
They behind all of this. And they say it got to be a slow disclosure because, you know, it's still some people that wouldn't like them and would attack them if they came down here. But they made sure to say that we're not stupid, you know, we would defend ourselves. We made sure that your bullets and weapons wouldn't be effective against us.
But you an alien, though. It aren't, you know, whatever technology we have, we're like centuries, at a minimum, centuries behind. So why would they have to come over here and be afraid of some weapons?
They know a nigga will pick up the alley red and bust them right upside their goddamn head.
Child, let me tell you something. Like I said, an alien should not have to take the time out of their day to fuel up their motherfucking spaceship, and it don't matter how they need to supposedly and allegedly fuel it up, to come over to this dimension to clean up some stuff that humans created. That's just another excuse for people not. I'm sorry, what you say, Brother Sean?
They said they was just going to put on the air show. They said they ain't doing shit. That's the part that's killing me. Niggas ain't catch hold of that part. They said they ain't doing shit but putting on the air show.
Child.
They showing off. They like, we can do this and y'all can't.
Babe, let me tell you something. They can go on with that fuckery. I just don't even want to hear it. They can go on and explain that to that plasma. I'm just done with people and their excuses on why they can't get their mess together. It's ridiculous.
But they can't pick up one black alien. They can't find one. And all these universes, they can't find one black alien that's willing to talk.
Right. Right. But every time they dig, all you find is melanation. But the tall white aliens got to come and save the world. Oh, okay then. Well, you know what? Whatever. Whatever floats your boat, people. All right, let me try to bring in Sis right quick. I hope her line is cleared up. You just be starting shit, Brother Sean. Oh, you be starting shit. He be loving to see me motherfucking scratch up in my scarf. My motherfucking nerves, they got pissed off with this BS. Peace and love, sis. Are you there?
Peace and love. I'm here. I'm listening to this conversation.
Okay. I know, girl. I can't. How you doing, sis?
I'm good, thank you. And yourself? And Sean, Brother Sean?
Good.
I'm good, sis.
Well, I'll tell you, they did back manufacture a lot of space equipment. So I wouldn't put no credit to that. I do know that they about to start some stuff on this indictment stuff with these people. Maybe they need the Space Federation to come and sit in judgment over them because they space aliens themselves. So who knows?
That's interesting. Although you still got a lot of background noise, sis. So if you got that fan on, it may be that fan.
Well, no, I'm walking through the house now. It's not that. I'm not. It's a lot of background noise. Damn. Sis, I don't know what's going on. Let me go in this room here.
All right.
Do you hear anything now?
Okay, so talk again.
Do you hear anything now?
Still hear it.
I don't know. Maybe I'll change phones because I can't imagine where it's coming from because I'm not near anything to do it.
Yeah, it's in the line some type of way. Well, hell, Callie's on fire, girl. Shit, I'm surprised. You are getting a signal anyway. Anyhow, shit.
You're crazy. I was. How about now? Is that better?
No.
No, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't had telephone problems since California's been burning, so I tried to start another phone, but that's not the problem, huh? Well, I don't know. Is there a lot of static on your end?
Yeah, it's a lot. Can you hear Brother Sean, or is it just me?
I hear it off and on, but it's not as pronounced.
Okay.
So it's in the line because I'm not near the fan.
Yeah, it's definitely in the line, sis. So
I could call on my cell.
Okay, or the only other thing is every time you're done talking, you just put yourself on mute.
Now, that's a better way to do it, because I do that.
Okay, yeah, they, somebody said they hear it intermittent. Yep, okay. All right, y'all, so, yeah, you can't hear it, Epic Soul? Yes, sir.
Okay, considering all these people supposed to be dead or in Gitmo, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Biden and Harris has already been killed. I mean, I'm not seeing no fact check or removal of any of these videos
right.
that's talking about that list.
Right.
So, I mean, why ain't motherfuckers calling him out on that? Like, this whole election, all this is bullshit. You know a clone can't run for president. Come on, I mean, we got clone wars going on. If all these people that have been arrested and in jail or up under house arrest or this, that, or the other,
right.
Why is this bullshit still going on? I don't give a fuck about the motherfuckers who need to wake up and realize what's going on. If you don't know by now and you in love with these crazy motherfuckers, then kill yourself. I have no sympathy for you. The rest of us got shit we want to do.
Right. Right.
So if that's the case, if y'all done arrested all these people and all this, that, or the other, they'll just say, ain't no more election. You the last motherfucking president. That's it. Party over.
Right.
But they ain't going to do that. And you still got people putting all their energy into something that's dead already. It already happened on the spirit realm. We done already told y'all time and time again that it's over. We done already won this on the spirit realm. It's over.
Yep.
But they stringing y'all along, but slowly telling you the truth. Because you can actually go to that CaliforniaRecordSearch.org. They're going to make you pay for a trial membership. But you can actually go and type in some of those Hollywood elites, Nancy Pelosi, and all of them, and you'll see that they have been arrested. Now, whether or not they still in there or have been executed.
Story, right.
Right, and if they have, I mean, half these people was half dead already.
Yeah.
Once they got cut off their adrenochrome, they started shriveling up and everything.
And I guess, I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
I'm just saying, if we're supposed to be coming full circle, it's supposed to be full disclosure on everything. Why not just tell the truth on everything and let everybody deal with it how they deal with it?
Exactly. Exactly. Why they still playing these games? Exactly. So that just shows you that they have their own hidden agenda. You know what I know you know what I'm saying, but they have their own hidden agenda. That's why I don't take anything for face value with these fucking movements. And even in the quote conscious community, because you know, either you're gonna tell the whole truth or you not. You know, me personally, I say shut the hell up. If you're not gonna tell the whole truth, just shut up. The game plan, all of this hiding, this shit is over. We keep seeing it every week upon week, but we still have agents out here because at this point, if you out there telling half truths, and because you can't say that you don't know, because the information is out there. You're just choosing to keep going on whatever timeline or narrative you want to go on. And that is your right to do that. But just please know, this shit is over with. Mother Earth has moved on. We have moved on. So go on and keep rocking with that shit. But don't be trying to come over into our lane, muddying it up with your false ass doctrine. I personally, I don't want to hear it.
Hey, sis.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Can you think of any ancestral writings that said the white man was going to come save us? I remember the ones when it said when the first ones show up, it means it's the beginning of the end. But I've yet to read. Family, y'all, any of y'all that read something like that said that the white man was going to come save us? I mean, other than they movement.
Right. You're talking about ancient writings because, number one, they're not old enough to have been accounted for those writings. To be accounted for in those writings is what I'm trying to say.
Right. So why would anybody think that they're about to save us?
Child, I'm finna sip this water to the side. That's why I consistently said Trump is not your savior. He is the Trump card. He's playing that Joker role. He's dancing both sides of the line. That does not equate him as a savior. And my thing is, savior of what? He took an oath and allegiance to the corporation.
But
so
they
all
even
it is,
they even admit that he's not going to be the savior. They said there won't nobody believe him. So that they're going to have to.
Who is Q Elemental P now?
Yeah, they say that he's just a precursor. He's just paving the way. You know, because the Democrats
the white
would still hate him. No, for JFK Jr. He's going to be the one that comes forward and gets to it.
Oh, okay then. Okay, well, you know.
And Michael Jackson and Lady Di.
Oh, okay then.
Okay,
well. All right, Q Elemental P. Y'all keep rocking with that bullshit.
I'm just waiting to see it happen.
That's why I'm mad with them. Huh?
I say I'm just waiting to see it happen. I mean, they putting this out there, so all we got to do is wait to see it happen.
And it ain't. And it ain't just like I said. I would personally, publicly apologize if Prince is this quote prince, and he's gonna do this and he's gonna do that, and I said no, the fuck he ain't. He's part of the corporation. And no, you need to retract. I'm not retracting the goddamn thing. But what I will do, if it turns out to be right, I have no problem publicly saying I was wrong. I ain't here to retract that shit yet.
Not at all.
Because people are still in love with the spell of Rome. Even the people that claim they are awake, they're still in love with the spell of Rome. Because it takes work mentally, your spirit, getting your soul aligned and putting it in action physically to be responsible for self. So it's easy to look outside of self and look for a Messiah. So how are you woke? How you woke when you're waiting on somebody to do something for you? How are you this supposed God and all of this shit when you're waiting on somebody to do something for you? It's still a I agree, Argarkhan. It's the illusion of Rome. Yeah, it's the illusion of Rome. And Rome has reinvented itself so many times. And I really do believe, and we're going to get into this in the next series, because Brother Sean and I have already kind of behind the scenes talked about what the next series is going to be. It's also the controlling of the frequency to keep people under this spell and doing these resets right up under people's eyes. Right up under people's eyes. They got everybody looking to the left, or that's the left, looking to the left and not focusing on what they need to be focused on. Ooh, Epic Soul says the next Illuminati card after the Trump card is the alien card. Baby, that's about right. That's about right. So we already see the script. And that's the sad part about it, Epic. That's the sad part. It ain't even like they don't tell you. They tell you what's going to happen.
They should.
Uh-huh.
If I remember correctly, depending upon which version of spades you plan, all spades are considered trumps because they're able to cut everything else.
True that. Touche. True that.
So, to me, that's showing you that he's backed by spades. He's always referred to as the joker, but if you play ace, ace, deuce, the ace is the most powerful. You're playing ace, king, queen, the ace is the most powerful.
Yeah,
and
that's
it depends
sometimes
on how you fit it. But either way, to me, that's saying that his power is coming from melanated people. It's coming from spades. Because they ain't got no true power.
I agree. I'm just going to call you by your initials, B.O. What is the definition of woke? I even agree with you on that, brother. It's so convoluted now. I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. That's why I now say out of, what did they say? Out of the 5% that they say, quote, quote, are aware of what's going on, and that's who they call woke, I say it's only 1% that really, truly see it for what it is. But I wholeheartedly agree with you. What is woke? Because based on folks' behavior, talking about something they woke, they didn't just straight up made that sound just dirty and nasty and arrogant and trying to beat people out of money. I have to agree with you. What is the definition of woke? That's why y'all probably couldn't see me. That's why I always have to use quotation marks when I say it. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Because the Patriots and the whole Q movement, they use the exact same terms. Woke, sovereignty, and all of this stuff. They hollering the same damn stuff that the Moors have been hollering, getting niggas locked up for years.
For years, baby. For years, and that's why I know. I'm sorry, go ahead.
And not killing the Patriots is hollering this sovereignty and, jurisdiction and all this, that, and other, but still not acknowledging the fact that any treaty, charter, deal, etc., whatever you had here expired with the last motherfucker who signed it.
Yep.
So all them treaties, the shit they keep bringing up, all that shit is null and void because it ain't a motherfucker alive today that signed any of that shit.
Right.
It's a free fall, and they setting up a new system trying to get niggas to sign on to the new system, saying that you're going to accept them still being here and leaving you.
Yep.
I ain't signing on this shit. It's time to go.
I 1000% agree. That's why I say I'm not interested. I'm not interested. That's why I'm so strong with that paperwork game. That's exactly why I'm so strong with the paperwork game and why I'm not interested is because it's just a cycle. So now, Brother Sean say, I'm just going to bring it up. I'm not going to play the brother stuff. Now, I hope that you all, we talked about when Brother Caramel did the little series on the Huguenots. It's a 5-hour video. He laid it out. I highly recommended it. I said, even if it took you all week to listen to 1 hour at an MFing time, that it was worth it. So another brother called Legendary Top Cat, and shout out to Sis Prancing Tiger. She sent it to me. And sis, I was up. I couldn't even go to sleep until I finished listening to that video. So let me, hold on a second. Let me pause this. I just want to show y'all the screen. Because I'm going to tell y'all something. If you are repping the Moors, for whatever reason, and that's your business, I'm telling you now, He's not there. He's not going to be pacifying folks up in this video. That he not finna do. He brings all of his receipts, and once again, he starts with the Huguenots. All right? We keep telling you all roads lead to Rome. He explained to you who the chosen ones are. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Starts with the J, ends with the S. He talks about the Huguenots, and if you listen to Brother Caramel's video, you should know how those two fit. But what I loved about his video, he ties in the Moors to it.
Mm-hmm.
He laid it out. So I'm going to bring up just real quick a screen to show you all. So you can just see the video. I'm not going to play it because I don't know the brother like that. I need to get his permission, whatever the case. So, and he's going to do a series on this. So this is called The Making of a African American series. Legendary Top Cat. Check this video out. I did complete it, y'all. I completed it on my personal account. So I did literally listen to it because I listened to another one of his videos. It is worth every second. I highly, highly recommend you listen to it because he builds upon, if you listen to Brother Caramel's video regarding the Huguenots, he ties that more stuff in there.
Right.
So all of this stuff about identity and who is whom, like I told y'all, we're not babies anymore. It is time to catch up and accept things for what they are. A game has been ran on the world, and specifically multiple games have been ran on the indigenous people of the Americas. And if you don't get yourself together, if you don't get your mind together to accept the truth, you finna get game ran on you again. Because they working overtime to run some more game on you. So I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
Well, you know, you asked the question, did you hear anything about a white person was coming to save us? But I would have to say no on that one. But I did hear from Tom Horn, this is Christian theology people, and I think that Stephen Quayle was involved with this, and another guy and his wife. They had a legend that a melinated man will come from an alien position and rule the world and save us. That's what they had. Now, that Tom Horn is not a melanated man, and neither is Stephen Quayle. But I think it was Tom Horn was speaking to another guy and his wife. They had a show together. I can't remember their names. But I used to listen to all their stuff because he showed, he used to talk about the rotunda where they have George Washington's picture up in the ceiling where George Washington is speaking to demons. And so he put that up there because you're not supposed to take pictures of it, but they got pictures of that rotunda in there. So he was talking about the rituals that the presidents take when they are inaugurated, taking on the spirit of Osiris, and so on and so forth. But they do have a legend of a melanated man coming.
Well, I was talking about it as far as a white man. I mean...
I know you guys talking about a white man, but that's not what they're...
Right. But
I'm sorry.
My thing is, why majority of these people that are following this are quote-unquote Christians. And these aliens that they're talking about don't never mention nothing about no Jesus, no God, no Allah, no nothing. They the shit. They the shit.
Yeah,
they came here to do this, that, or the other. God ain't tell them to. Jesus ain't tell them to. Allah, Buddha, Confucius, ain't no motherfucker down here told them to do it. They say they the shit. We the great poupon, niggas.
Yeah, but that's not what they were saying about 10 years ago, because they did
That's
have
what
the
they said. That's what they all been saying. That's what they've been saying the whole time, that they're coming to save us. The melanated man that they're going to present before us is allegedly one of them. And we know that, quote-unquote, melanated people been banging on each other before it was a pale skin around. So, to me, that just sounds like one of the black fuckers finally about to come from the back.
That's what I think, Brother John. That Huguenot. Exactly.
He's going to get hit right upside his motherfucking head. Come on. Come on, nigga. Come on, Cletus. Come on, Cletus.
Brother B.O. says, Sandra, I'm just going to say Brother B. Brother B says it's Jack Van Impe.
Yep.
Jack Van Impe. Yeah, I know who he's talking about.
Oh, Impe. Okay, I thought that was the L. My bad. Okay, Jack Van Impe. Okay.
And it was not only
like
just
Ohio.
It's not just him. These are all Christian preachers that said this stuff.
Yeah, some are St. Germain, St. Michael's Trust, all these saints, this, saints, that.
Right.
And they all waiting on aliens. And according to some of them, St. Michael and St. Germain and them is aliens. They Pleiadians or some shit.
Right, exactly.
Well,
I heard that one too. Even I think what's his name? Dr. Phil Valentine was talking about, they were saying that the Pleiadians were going to be the ones that's coming as well, but he said don't believe it. But he had mentioned that he had heard that too.
Yeah, but he also mentioned speaking to melanated aliens. Him and Dr. Blair, no? They talked about melanated aliens.
Exactly, on Mars. Yeah.
Yeah, I know Dr. Blair did. Yep.
Yeah, they did. I did. I heard Dr. Blair speaking, and especially they had a snapshot of a European man talking about when they landed. They called themselves landing on Mars or something, and what came came towards them was a big, tall black man, and they got out of there. But they claim they went to these places.
Bukiel, Ohio. Bukiel, Ohio. He put it up there. He broke it down.
Oh, okay. And Brother Sean, you know we rolling on your Cletus. How the hell you pull Cletus? You know that's an old school name like a mug. Go ahead on now with it, Cletus. Go ahead on now with it.
Bring it. That's what it is. Bring it, Cletus.
we rolling in the chat. But you know what? And I cannot remember this sister's name. Y'all may know this sister. Anybody that studied with Moors, she was a very powerful speaker. And I was told this story by a brother. He said that sister, I guess she was high up in the Moorish Science Temple, and she was breaking down a lot of this stuff that we're talking about now, about how the white man literally just stepped into the position of power because the indigenous Indians and the Moors were fighting each other.
That's true.
And the Moors got so upset with this woman that they had threatened to put a hit out on her. Okay, was that Yapate? Yeah, and she had to go underground. And I never forgot that. That brother told me this years ago. It's been maybe about 4 years ago. That always stuck with me. So I'm saying, Jaffa Bay. Okay, I didn't know that was Jaffa Bay. So I'm saying all of that to say, you have to know who you are. Because folks for centuries has been usurping your identity. They have been putting these doctrine out to have you identify with something that you're not even a part of. There is a lot of hidden agendas at your expense. At your expense. So it is really time, either you're going to accept the truth for what it is, or you're not. I cannot tell you how many people are still fucking hot, upset, pissed off, because we keep bringing the receipts that melanated people held the seat of power. And I'm even giving them all the way up to the Civil War. And during the Civil War, melanated people held the seat of power. That was all over the world. Those of you that want to rep that chosen one title, you don't want to accept the fact, and I don't give a damn how the Bible is your friend. That ain't none of my business. Matter of fact, I'm taking out of your book that your Savior gave you. And what your Savior told you to do, your people, to go around the world and conquer and take people's shit. And then when we show you the receipts and we bring back your same book, your same doctrine, you still don't want to believe it. Oh, it didn't mean that. What the fuck you mean it don't mean that? It says da 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 da. So what the fuck you talking about? The chosen ones went from place to place to place, taking indigenous people's shit. It was the same script. But yet, people get upset. They don't want to face that truth. And then, this what kills me. You want to come and try to tell every other melanated person that that's their heritage. No, motherfucker, fuck you. Just because you choose to rock with that, that's your business. So these are the perpetual ingrained spells that have been put on people, and they just refuse to get out of them. And the spells are so deep, those that are coming into this knowledge, now y'all mixing the shit up. Now people, motherfucking Indians, they motherfucking Moors, they motherfucking the fake chosen ones, they motherfucking Hebrew Israelites, all tied into one. What the hell? So I'm telling you, the truth don't care about none of that. It don't care about your feelings. It don't even care about my feelings. It stands on its own. So you're into knowing now. Ain't nothing being hidden from nobody. No one's trying to stop you from getting this information, learning it, this, that, and the third. Either you accept it for what it is or you don't. Just as simple. So ain't no need you getting upset with me or anybody else coming on our YouTube chat and all of that with that bullshit. Dispute with some motherfucking receipts. I don't mind being wrong, but dispute with the receipts. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Okay. On one hand, you got the disgruntled Dems and all the people that followed them. Okay, you got the Q movement. All of them are happy. They're celebrating. They taste victory. True enough, we knew that some of these people had to be sacrificed, this, that, or the other, for them to put on this grand finale. Seeing if they can get you to sign on to a new season or start a spinoff of this series. I admit, this is the greatest show I've ever seen anywhere.
Yep. It's a good one.
And to me, it's just that, a show. Period. I don't give a fuck about none of them. I tell the truth when I see it. As far as for what the truth is being presented for, especially considering we're not getting truth in its totality.
Yep.
Which is the way they duped us all of this time, with a little bit of truth and all the rest of bullshit. They're celebrating because they think they're God, and the entire universe is backing them. We, as a collective, and I'm talking about as far as for those of us who know what's going on.
Right.
We know it only takes 1% of us to cancel both parties.
That's right. That's
and
right.
There's still too many of us being emotional about the show that you say that you know that you're watching a show. And you're emotionally invested in it to the point where you can't be present to do what you're supposed to do. You fall right back off into the trap.
Right.
And then you put other people back off into the trap when you start spreading these bullshit lies, mixing information. And you know the main thing you do to get people back in? You ask them for money. And they give it to you. They help you continue to put this bullshit out.
Yep.
And wonder how come they listening to them 5, 10, 15 years later and still ain't got no motherfucking where. Nowhere.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Still talking about paperwork. Still waiting on the motherfucker to come save you. No matter what color the motherfucker is, alien, Bigfoot, Mickey Mouse.
Why you got to throw Bigfoot in there? Poor Bigfoot. You probably are, what the fuck I got to do with this?
They be looking for his ass too.
If I was Bigfoot, I'd be like, what the fuck I got to do with this?
You see all the shows they make about trying to find his ass, he know how to hide. He's like, fuck you.
Run, Bigfoot, run! You don't want to be accused. You don't want your name on some paperwork.
Right.
Hey, I like that progressive commercial. My name is Daryl. When they talk about Bigfoot. She keeps calling him Bigfoot. He said his name is Daryl. So
right.
Yeah, that is
run, Daryl, run. Shit, they'll dig up somebody. Because I didn't know that Q Elemento P now they going to bring up Michael Jackson, Princess Diana, child.
Well, you know, I'm gonna say something about Michael Jackson. They're finding pedophilia stuff in his place, and Diana was purportedly, her and her brother was trafficking in heroin. I heard that about her. So that's what they say. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what her and her brother was doing. So if they're bringing back people who are no better than they are, we're still in the same bag that we are in now. Because
I can't paint with them, because how can people that got that high up in the system, they took an oath.
Mm-hmm.
So again, help me to understand how they supposed to be rectifying something.
Okay.
But I could just imagine what she went through, though. Because, I mean, they said she was a school teacher, quite sure somewhere in her bloodline is some type of royalty. But to actually be in there and to find out you got impregnated by a lizard, to see them walking around in their lizard form, and you can't say shit to nobody.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, Jay Rich said. Yeah, Jay Rich said QAnon is a cult. They're delirious with their truthing, black, white, etc. It is. It is. I'm like, I mean, for me personally, it only took me one time with some fuckery. Say, Rhonda, would you please on your paperwork trail? Brother B, you could pick any one of my shows, and I keep saying I'm not interested in the paperwork. I'm not going over that crap no more. We'll have callers come on here and talk about the paperwork where you submit this, you submit that, and you get your debts wiped out, you claim this nationality. So that's the type of stuff that I'm talking about. It's been a lot of people I know personally that have really got screwed up with that paperwork. I mean, really, really bad. Lost everything. And that's why I come down on it so hard, because number one, the amount of information and research you have to do to even understand it, most people are not going to do that. So what they're doing is they're depending on brother so-and-so who then created this package for them to fill out all these forms, to submit to all these government agencies to do X, Y, Z. So supposedly in their back-end system, it's going to wipe them out of there and give them, quote, quote, freedom and privileges. Well, here's the thing. There's truth, some truth to that, and a lot of bullshit to it. Because the truth of the matter is, we do know that this whole entire system is built on the energy of the people. So meaning using the people's physical vessel as collateral to run their fiat Ponzi scheme. And that's from insurance all the way up to stocks, bonds, even to the fiat note itself. So I don't dispute any of that. I don't even dispute that you can put them on notice and let them know that you know, to put them on notice, to tell them, I know what the fuck you doing, blood. But beyond that, people go to more extremes, submitting paperwork, changing their classification from this to that, their nationality to this and that. Some people even go to the extreme to write bonds, which gets them locked the fuck up. Some people go to the extreme of going into the courtroom to tell the judge XYZ and still get locked up. Now, the trick is you really have to know what you're doing if you're going to go in that courtroom and talk that behind-the-scenes stuff. You have to really know what you're doing when you speak about public and private. But 99.9% of the people are not at that level. They're not going to read and study on their own. They're going to go to brother so-and-so to get this package, get this paperwork, fill the shit out, submit it, and then when they come after them because they didn't move the proper way and they get locked up, brother so-and-so and them ain't nowhere to damn be found. So that's what I'm speaking on when I talk about paperwork. And I have been consistent. I don't want it on my platform. I will not promote it for that reason. Because having a platform, you have a responsibility. So if you promote something, then if something goes awry with some people, then I'm responsible for that. No, fuck that. I'm not interested. So that's what I speak of on the paperwork. And furthermore, if we're saying we're going into another, higher dimension and things are returning back to natural, why are you filling out paperwork? And then they want to throw in there, well, I'm talking about, what's the one? Common law. Motherfucker, common law is still their paperwork. So what are you talking about? It's natural law. What do you need paperwork for somebody to tell you who you are? What do you need paperwork to put a seed in the ground and let the sun shine on it and let the rain shine on it for shit to grow? So either you want the system gone or you don't. So that's the things that once I saw it for what it was, I'm like, fuck all of that. I don't want to be bothered with it. I'm not promoting it, and I'm going to stay consistent with that. So even when someone comes on the show and they bring it up, I just have to gently remind them, I don't represent that paperwork stuff. So, sorry, I know I said I wasn't going to explain it, then I turned around and explained it. So Brother B, that's what I mean by that. Yes, Mr. Tyrese 21, most people want to cash in on their AKA bond to feed the system again, not to buy. Goddamn, let me drink my water before I finish that. Most people want to cash in on their bond to feed the system again, not to buy land. No, they want stuff and more stuff. Materialism is worse than crack. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Because I fell for that shit one time, trying to rep somebody who was doing it under the guise of humanitarian projects. And when I got into that shit and then started seeing the behind the scenes, when they let me in the behind the scenes and saw them niggas was lying, they was scheming, they was running a cult, they was broke as fuck. I'm like, you gotta be bullshitting me. When it boiled down to it, it was about the money. They didn't give a damn about none of that stuff they were talking. And in that circle, a lot of people lost their homes. It was a hot mess. Mm-hmm. And I was the only one in that group that had balls enough to publicly say it was a piece of shit. Henderson, you are a piece of fucking shit. You are a liar. I'm the only one with the balls enough to say it. So now, I don't want no parts of none of that shit. None of it. It's an illusion. And if you all check out the Huguenot series we're speaking on with Brother Caramel and then the brother that we presented tonight, Top Cats, I think that's his name, you'll see the origins of where all this paperwork shit came from. It makes perfect sense to me now. And after that Henderson shit, I got a clue. Well, not after. During that Henderson shit, I started getting a clue. I'm like, these motherfucking Europeans, melanated Europeans with this bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I'm not interested. I'm not interested. And I can even respect and I understand if you gonna do some paperwork, do it yourself. Stand on your paperwork yourself, but I ain't getting a motherfucking thing from nobody to fill out.
It's a binding spell. I mean, if you think
that's exactly what it is.
And everything, where they have these symbols or these writings or whatever to keep this demon or whatever locked up or trapped away, it's the same thing. They didn't use paperwork when they came over here slaughtered.
So, Mr. Tyrese, I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
And I don't know if people paid attention. Trump has said on multiple occasions that they plan on keeping this country, that he basically don't care about it being taken from India. They're going to keep it. Nobody's paying attention to the fact that they're identity thieves. They're claiming to be American. They're claiming this as their land. They're saying that we are all one people. Now, if all skin folk ain't kinfolk, how them are kinfolk?
Child. So,
Mr.
Tyrese.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, brother.
I'm just saying billions of years of being here without them. All of a sudden, we won. And I keep hearing people say that those are our children, so we're responsible for them, the karma, this, that, or the other. The motherfuckers ain't everybody's children.
That's the Moors' children. That's the Moors' children. So wait a minute, Brother Sean. Let me clear a couple of. Just hold on for me, sweetie. Let me clear a couple of motherfucking things up real motherfucking quick. Because what you're not finna do is think you know something about that paperwork game that I don't know. Because, motherfucker, I know. I didn't take nobody's word for it. I took them packages my motherfucking self and studied it all. So you not finna put nothing in this chat room that I don't know about. So, Mr. Tyrese 21, you have to think, where does the funds come from that illegally tied to your bond, your family, land, your neighbor's land? You just don't fully understand pulling shit out of the clear blue sky. I know exactly how they doing it. So you filling out paperwork is just putting them on notice. So help me to understand what you get besides that, besides being flagged in their system that you know that you are not a minor. What else do you get out of it? That's the part I'm talking about. That's the part when I said when you put them on notice. I'm talking about all other extra shit folks bring into the play. So I'm going to say again, none of you can come on this platform and tell me about that paperwork. I know about it. I studied the shit for years. All of them. Yusuf L., all of them. I studied all of that shit. So again, what does paperwork have to do with you being a divine being? That's all I'm saying. Why do now this is just me, I personally have to keep giving my energy to navigate through their fucked up system? To me, for me to keep doing that year after year after year, submitting paperwork, doing this, doing that, then somebody come out with this one, do that, I'm giving energy to the shit. So again, none of you can come on here and tell me a goddamn thing about any of that paperwork. I have done my research very well. And what gets me, the people that push paperwork can't even go back and give me 5 of their generations back. They can't even go 5 generations back. But yet you gonna tell me what I need to do. Get the fuck out my face. Start with learning who you are. Because all the paperwork stuff doing outside of putting them on notice, I totally understand. You want to put them on notice and say, listen, blood, I know exactly what you're doing. I never consented to any of this, and I'm truly and surely ain't no damn minor. I know exactly what you've done. I know you've created a corporate fictional character. I know exactly what you've done. So I say beyond that, them flagging you in their system behind the scenes, saying, well, shit, yeah, she did put us on notice. All that extra shit, that's what's getting people locked up. Because it is their system. And if you were in the know, if you were in their club, you would have been tapped on the shoulder a long time ago and told exactly what to do. So that's why I will never, ever rep that paperwork.
The thing is,
and I haven't seen one person yet be successful with this quote tapping into the bond, wiping out all their debts. Now I ain't seen one yet. What I have seen is people selling packages, and then when you ask them, well, why the fuck I need to pay you for a package if you know the system, motherfucker, you supposed to have the funds, then they get an attitude.
Mm-hmm. The thing is to exist outside of the system. If
but
you put them on notice,
they're not trying to hear it, no, Brother Sean.
But if you put them on notice, then you're ready to exist outside the system. The thing is, you don't have to put them on notice about anything. If you
really don't, to be honest.
If you didn't utilize this shit to get what you need, to do what you have to do, you'd be all right. It's not about staying in the system. Some of us are utilizing it because it's what we have right now. But the focus is not to stay in it or change positions in it. It's to get rid of it.
Which most don't want to do, though, Brother Sean. If we really want to get real tonight, let's just get motherfucking real. Most don't want to do that. They want the benefits from the system. Let's just call it like it is.
Now, if we don't put it like it is, they ain't got a relationship with their mama. They don't know how to come back home.
Child.
That's what it is. They don't know how to eat off of mama no more. They depend on the system, so they forgot what they needed to do with mama. They forgot about all the food that mama just had outside everywhere, just waiting for them. They have to go to Walmart, Giant Eagle, none of them goddamn places. You took your ass outside and got you something to eat, and mama gave it to you with a smile and gave it to you with everything in it that you needed. But you want this processed shit. You want all this fake shit that ain't never existed before. I saw an interesting post the other day. How many people remember their grandmama making tacos?
Yeah, damn, who put that, I can't remember who put that post out, but I saw it too, and I was like,
yeah, I shared it.
None of my grandmothers
but you
made
see Taco
tacos.
Tuesday all the time now. I mean, you got our people making everything but what's indigenous to us, that which really nurtures our body. Each piece of land mass has a different frequency. That's why it's different foods for different animals and different beings. Based upon your frequency, this, that, or the other, that determines your need. And that's why you were in the ecosystem or environment that you were in. And then you moving all these motherfuckers all around. They bring it, they shit with them, planting it in the soil here, killing off indigenous plants. Shit that we may never see again. Shit that mama gave us for our benefit. And we just accepting everything from everybody else because it tastes good.
Yep. That's a good point. I can't argue with you on that. That was, when I saw that post, I had to really think about it. I'm like, I know grandma didn't make none of that. No Chinese food, none of that.
We got everything else.
I know that's right, Dry Bones. I remember those beans and hot water cornbread. I know that's right. Absolutely.
That was soul food. You got full off of that. You went to sleep off of some beans and hot water cornbread.
Sure did.
Now this stuff make you sick.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
This stuff just makes you sick and unhealthy. It's low vibrational stuff. It has no nutritional value to it, period.
I totally agree with you. Like I was sharing with you all before, somebody had came to me, didn't know how to make beans from scratch. I was like, oh my God, we really falling far. How you gonna not know how to make a pot of beans? Yeah, it's bad, but that's how separated folks are from the land. And that's even within this quote, indigenous Indian movement. That's where I've always had a problem, even with that particular movement, because even most of them, they don't talk about the land. They don't talk about the land. It's about everything else but the land. And until people get it right, until people start respecting Mother Earth, quite frankly, you deserve what gets dished out. I'm just gonna keep it real. You deserve what's being dished out. And like I said before, as melanated people, we can't sink no lower. There's no more lowness to go. And the only thing that you can do is clean up yourself or keep suffering. Because as the realm gets higher and higher in vibration, it's going to just get worse and worse for people that's not tuned in. Because quite frankly, Brother Sean and I should not have to come on here every week talking about tune in, what you need paperwork for. Tune in. What you need a savior for. Tune in. We shouldn't have to be doing that for a certain set of audience. So either you are ready to move on to the higher realms or you're not. And if you're not, that's fine. I've said this several times and I stay consistent. That's fine. Just know what comes with it. It's just going to be the same bullshit remixed. But what's not going to happen and what you're not finna do is drag the folks that have moved on back into the fuckery. I told you, Mama Earth done moved on. We done moved on. So the last goddamn thing on my mind is paperwork. Now, I don't know what other people's definition of freedom is, but my definition of freedom is waking up, not having to go to somebody's motherfucking job. It don't matter if I own my own business, none of that shit. Being able to walk outside, chill, and do whatever the fuck I want to. Be in my garden, whatever your passion is, to be able to do that. To truly make this world what you want it to do, what you want it to be. That's my definition of freedom. Not being able to say, I can walk in a store and get this and that because I got this black card or I got this debt. That's material things. You're supposed to be past that. If you're moving to a higher realm, you're supposed to be past that. Why can't you give them back their motherfucking system? It's bad enough that we forced to use this bitch. It really pisses me off. I shouldn't have to pay to live on my own land, on my own Mother Earth. I shouldn't fucking have to pay. Now, that's the definition of freedom for me. I shouldn't have for somebody to give me some low-level ass technology and making me pay for the shit, but behind the scenes, they're using some of the same ancient free technology. That's the definition of freedom to me. So paperwork, what somebody feel, I checked on the motherfucking box, how I identify myself, that means nothing to me. That's not being free. That's operating within their system. That's what I'm already forced to do. So that's just me. Oh, well. All right, I know I done went on and on. Yeah, my bad. Okay, family. Let's get into the material. So, speaking of aliens, We can't make this stuff up, y'all. They are really starting to, and that kind of makes sense, Brother Sean, when you were talking about Q Elemento P them, talking about the aliens. Because every week now, family, I am noticing mainstream media putting out articles on aliens. So let me bring this up. All right, YouTube. Let me see when y'all getting it. It's kicking over. All right, so as y'all can see, this is the Peacock Bird News. On Venus, mysterious traces of gas tease the possibility of extraterrestrial life. Scientists are scouring the galaxy for biosignatures that could provide evidence of simple forms of life. They didn't expect to find one on our own solar neighbor. Now, last week, I brought to you the article. Now they up there talking about something they found rust up on the moon. Yeah, okay. So here we go with this one. So this came out September 14th. The detection of phosphine gas in the clouds of Venus has surprised scientists who are now wrestling with a big question. Could it be a sign of alien life? New research published Monday in the journal Nature Astronomy detailed the recent discovery of the gas as well as its possible origins. And while the scientists behind the research aren't making any definitive conclusions just yet, extraterrestrial life is one of the few explanations that makes sense. If this signal is correct, there is a process on Venus we cannot explain that produces phosphine. And one of the hypotheses is that it's life in the clouds of Venus, says Janice, an astrobiologist at the Massachusetts or MIT who worked on the research. It is far-fetched until it's not. But don't expect any alien visitors just yet. At best, the gas might be caused by microorganisms in the upper atmosphere of Venus, roughly 150 million miles away, the closest planet to Earth, and practically next door in astronomical terms. Still, the discovery came as something of a surprise. I was really shocked, said Clara Sousa Silver, a molecular astrophysics at MIT who has devoted much of her career to studying phosphine as a possible biosignature on far-off worlds. I put all this work into looking for phosphine everywhere else, but here it is on our nearest neighbor. The researchers have explored all the known chemical processes that could account for the phosphine gas on Venus, even exotic causes like volcanoes, lightning, and delivery by meteorites, but they found nothing to explain it. Here on Earth, phosphine comes from microorganisms that break down decaying plants and animals without oxygen. It's usually found with the related gas, diphosphane, which smells like rotting fish. That makes phosphine potentially what scientists call a biosignature, a chemical signal that can be detected by spectroscopic telescopes that could indicate a planet harbors at least simple forms of life. The discovery also highlights a main way astrobiologists hope to find extraterrestrial life, not by finding spaceships or little green men, but by detecting its chemical signature in the atmosphere of distant planets. All right, so I'm not going to read the rest of that. I just want to share with the family that if you notice, every week they are literally coming out with articles either about Mars or some type of alien form. So I think it's twofold. I definitely think they're trying to set up their playbook, which are those cards, those Illuminati cards, which, by the way, I don't even think you can buy those cards anymore, y'all. I would love to have a set of them, but I don't even think you can buy them anymore. Or if you can buy them, it's not the older version, because you can go back to the older version and look at those cards, and those cards follow all of a lot of the major events, not a lot of them, all of the major events that happen. But anyhow, I think this whole discussion of the alien life, that's number one out of their their script book. Now, do I feel there's some truth to it? Yes, but I don't think it's what they told you or what they're trying to present to us. Now, I've been consistent in saying this. I said I don't have any receipts. I still really don't have any receipts. It's still all theory. I think that we will find out pretty soon. I basically believe that this particular realm was in some type of quarantine, and I feel the ice wall was a part of that quarantine. And I feel some of the beings that are over here now that they call the fallen ones, which are really just fallen angles of light, came across that wall with all of the fuckery, all right? Cutting down those ancient trees, which folks are calling mountains today, which mess with the vibration of this realm. And a lot of overthrowing went on, and then the realm had to start to quarantine things off. So I believe, now this is just my belief. I don't have any receipts. I can point you in the direction of other folks who have similar views, and that's going to be some of the next series that we get into. We're going to talk about that. The real going on and the real secrets and the real alien stuff, it's dealing with that Arctic wall. And an article came out, I think it was either yesterday or today, where they're saying that ice wall is melting tremendously fast. All right? So I believe that what they're calling other realms, or alien or whatever, it's really land beyond the poles. All right? So when we get into the next series, we're going to start diving a little deeper into that. So what they're presenting to us as the landmass of Mother Earth is just a fraction. It's just a fraction of what it really is. And when we talk about the precession of the equinox and tying that to the vibratory realm, that magnetic pole shifts, and that 26,000 and some odd years change, as it's cycling around, that pole is cycling to those other land beyond the poles also. So the next series, that's what we're going to get into. And I believe that when we do, when the mud flood communities, and shout out to the mud flood community, I have a lot of respect for them. When they talk about the resets, I agree with them. But here's my add-on to the reset. Part of that reset, because we know, because they even also now they're saying the reset is a part of the pole shift. And not all of them, but some of them. So shout out to them. I'm going to add on to that and say that those resets and the pole shift is a shift in the frequency. And so those that are holding that sacred knowledge and the sacred ancient technology are able, or were able to manipulate that frequency to get people to like almost forget all of the history, all of the shit that went on, and then they just start up a new cycle of stuff. Now, this gonna be wild. This gonna be wild. And I thought about you, sis, Sandra, because I'm sitting here thinking about the Cali fires. And I'm like, all right, some of it can be pole shift, most definitely. But could it also be that as a part of the reset, like the mud flood communities talk about, they start burning down the evidence of history? Because they know that this pole shift is going to change everything drastically. Now, it's a YouTube channel called Adapt 2030. I think this is either the second or third year I've been listening to the gentleman. He is an excellent researcher concerning the solar sun cycles. He has been telling us, well, since I've been listening to the man for at least 2 years, it may even be 3 years, he's been talking about a solar minimum and how the planet, parts of the planet are going to get cold. He was talking about how the weather is going to change drastically. And recently, this year, he started incorporating into that a pole shift. All right? So I'm minding my business. Hopefully I pulled that article. Dang, I don't look like I did. Sorry, y'all. Anyhow, oh, I did pull it. Okay, so hold on. So now I have not heard them publicly come out and talk about a solar cycle. You know, they always talk about the 11-year solar cycle, which is just normal, according to them, normal. So I've never heard them talk about solar minimum, solar maximum. That's what Adapt 2030, that's his YouTube channel. He is the only one. He is the only one. I've been listening to the man at least 2 years. It may even be 3. That man went all the way back to the 1700s pulling records, showing these different solar cycles. He called it a solar minimum, solar maximum. And he showed these natural disasters that happen right during those solar minimum cycles. And he said this year, he said he's glad that he downloaded a lot of that information to his personal stuff, because they start pulling the information off the internet like we know they do. I've had that happen to me several times. I get pissed because I should have grabbed something and I went back to get it and it's gone. So now I'm minding my business, and then I see this. Let me bring it up for you, YouTube. It's coming up. Let's see. here. All right, y'all see it now. This is from CNN. I'll just let you see the article. I'm not going to read it because we got other stuff to go do tonight. But the name of the article is The Sun Has Started. No, CNN, I don't want to sign up. The Sun has started a new solar cycle, experts say. Okay, so this came out yesterday. All right, so now this is where they talk about the 11 years. The sun completes a solar cycle of calm and stormy activities and begin a new one, blah, 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 blah. The new solar cycle 25, officially began in December 2019. All right, so I'm not going to read that because it's basically they talking the same old bull s. This is what caught my attention, because if you listen to Adapt 2030, he talked about how we were in a solar minimum and what comes with a solar minimum: drastic weather changes. So parts freezing over, parts flooding, hence the mudslides. All right. Now this man, like I said, I've been listening to him at least 2 years and maybe even 3. This man was talking about this. So now all of a sudden they want to come out talking about some solar minimum, solar maximum. And I told y'all to peep game. That's why China is over in Africa doing land grabs, because China is being flooded out. Their food supply, food crops is being grossly messed with, because you know China has 1 billion people. So they got to find a spot to feed 1 billion people. And which makes sense also why they bought up a bunch of Cali land. And literally they bought up that Cali land, and it wasn't a secret, and they said they bought it up for agricultural purposes. But I find it hilarious that now Cali's on fire. So I don't know how much agricultural they finna get out of that. Okay? So my point being is, these are the things behind the scenes. These are the things that's the real show. When we talk to you about getting your house in order, when we talk to you about being physically prepared, we're talking to you about things that you cannot buy with fiat, nor can you buy with paperwork. Mother Earth is going through a major pole shift. So she's got to freeze up some parts, flood up some parts, unthaw some other parts. So mentally, you need to be to the point where you are starting to divorce yourself from Babylon's system. Because what I am telling you is, if you depend on Babylon to feed you and yours, you're gonna fucking starve. And I'm so strong with the shit, I think this is your last year to be able to get your shit together, to be able to know how to sustain yourself from being able to feed your family. These things are the real show. This is the real reset. That paperwork, switching to a new financial system, That ain't nothing but for show. That's to keep you distracted on what is really going on. This is the real reset. It's the physical pole shift. Babylon is literally propping up their system to buy time. It's already crashed. If you follow even just a smidget of the financial markets, you see how they are pumping trillions and trillions of dollars a month just to keep these corporations going. Because it already collapsed. So if your mind is not to the point where you are divorcing yourself from the dependency on Babylon to feed you, and let's be clear, when I say feed you, I'm talking about you being to the point where you have to walk in the store to buy something. You finna get your feelings hurt. And in Babylon's defense, they done already gave you the warning. Rona was your motherfucking warning. No one ever would have thought that Babylon would shut the entire system down. No one would have thought that Babylon would do that. You've been given your warning. But folks pissing and moaning about that. Oh, they need to open back up the system. I need to put my kids back in. Okay, so you really do need the system. You're really not ready to stand up on your own and do what the fuck you need to do. And I am telling you, you better know how to feed you and your family and not be dependent on walking in a store to do it. Because you're going to get your feelings seriously motherfucking hurt. All right, so shout out to Adapt 2030. He does excellent work, like I said. I've been listening to him a couple of years now, and he has been exactly on the money. Exactly on the money. They weren't talking about no grand solar minimum, none of that.
Well, you know, BP Earth, I don't know where he went, but BP Earth was really on it. He was talking about how the jet streams were changing, about the solar minimums and all that kind of stuff. And he had a lot of scientific equipment and scientific stuff on it about what was going to happen.
Yeah, what did happen to him? You're right.
I don't know. I used to try to find him, but I don't check anymore. He was an older man, I think. He may have, got on about it.
He invented some device. You talking about this guy that invented some device, and he was sending the device to different people around the world, and they were sending him the results off of the device.
I don't know if he did that experiment, but he was doing quite a few. He had a lot of data on the jet streams and how they then gone backwards, so to speak. The jet streams are going a different direction, and so that means the warmer ones are coming up here and the cooler ones are going below and all that kind of stuff. He was talking about all of that. And
Dry Bones said he has a new channel. Oh, okay. Yeah, now that she mentioned that, I haven't even seen him. So, all right, I guess I'll try to look for him. Yeah, thanks for reminding me, sis. But I know I listened to Adapt 2030 because he had kind of dropped off for a month or two. I'm like, oh, man, they messing with Adapt 2030, and then he came back. But I had forgot about the other dude.
Yeah, he does. He got a little southern drawl. And he's been throwing out some science there. He said Nibiru is Jupiter, and all this kind of stuff. I don't know if I agree with that, because there's another thing. The theory is when it comes swinging back because of its magnetic tail, especially when we start seeing all these 9 planets or 7 planets it's supposed to have. When we see all this in the sky, that means it's on its way back, and the West Coast is supposed to catch fire. And you know, it's kind of interesting. It's 11 states that's on fire. And isn't that interesting? The first number of people recorded dead was 11. So they're really not telling us the truth about these fires, how they got started.
Right.
So my son gave me some pictures, I don't know if you saw them, of entities that are responsible for these fires. But I don't know if that's photoshopped. I don't know if it's holograms, but they're very interesting photos. But California, as Arnold Schwarzenegger used to say, did some, that pedophile stuff. I mean, all this stuff that they're doing on this planet can't continue. Even though this is supposed to be...
and even with the pedophile stuff, anybody that knows just a little bit about history, that, once they start bringing in bestiality and pedophilia, that's the end of that particular civilization. Exactly. And folks still like, oh, Lordy, they need to open. I don't want to wear no mask. Rona this. I'm like, motherfucker, are you paying attention to what's going on? It's deeper than that.
Yeah, it is.
Dry Bone says that the new channel for BP is called BP Earthwatch. Thanks, Dry Bone.
Thank you.
Yeah, Suspicious Observer does great work on cosmic weather as well. Okay, I'll have to check out Suspicious Observer. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
I was just letting you know I was back. Just had a call. I'm on call again tonight. And
okay, I figured because I know you would have had jumped in. The way I was going in, I knew you would have had jumped in.
But I just left the apartment of actual, quote unquote, African. They don't look nothing like us. They don't smell nothing like us.
It's different.
Cooking
they're different.
Ain't nothing like us. And the whole energy and frequency in their apartment is different.
It's different. Yeah. It's different.
It's that way with all nationalities. We got at least 9 different nationalities out here. So I interact with all different types.
So you know. Yep.
Yeah. And I know that a lot of them know because I've had conversations with some of them. And they know.
Yeah, they know. Absolutely, they know. And it's interesting because, Brother Sean, you were the one that really woke me up. You made a statement. You said that everybody needs to go back to where they originated from because it's a frequency thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everything's out of balance. And that's because people ain't what the fuck they supposed to be doing what the fuck they supposed to do. If you indigenous to here and you were born on a certain part of mama's body, that's what the fuck you supposed to be taking care of. You ain't supposed to be over here all in our goddamn business.
I agree. I agree.
Trying to take shit from us. Because y'all done fucked up y'all shit.
And that's the thing that be getting me. Exactly. Absolutely. So, damn, y'all, I lost my train of thought. Okay. All right, let me get to where I was going to get. I had a good one. Damn it. All right, so shout out again to Knowledge of Self. It's a Facebook page. The brother throws great information out there, very well researched with his research. And he's actually working on a book, and I can't wait till he finished that book. Baby, I can't wait. Definitely going to get it and try to link up with to see if he come on the show, whatever. So, just real quick, this particular person. All right, sis, can you go on mute? I'm sorry. That sound is killing me. I'm trying to. What'd you say, Brother Sean? All right. Okay. All right, so this other page I'm about to display, I had this brother's name. So, brother, please forgive me. Somebody had gave me your name, and then I can't find it. But I saw another sister on Facebook, and shout out to her. Her last, I think it's Makina. Sis Makina. Has been posting stuff about the melinated European. And she's right on point. Everything that we've discussed, she's been bam, 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 bam. Same type of receipts that we've been given. So she posted this brother's information as one of her sources. And like I said, I apologize for not remembering this brother's name, because his particular pictures was, I found his pictures on the internet, but I didn't know that they had came from his particular site. So the site is realhistorywww.com. All right. So this is not the first thing. I know he has a bunch of other stuff as well, and I'll have to go back and get that link, because the one link I had the whole table of contents where you can go in and get the different areas. All right. So shout out to you, brother, for your wealth of information. Right on point. You bring the receipts. So again, he's talking about Black Germany. Now, I want y'all to see this clear, because I told y'all, I'm not making it up, although I brought you all the receipts, but yet I still have people coming in the comment section with that bullshit. Well, what you mean it was, how they black? What you mean, what I mean, how they black? When all of the empires were, quote, quote, black melanated. So what do you mean? What do I mean? So a lot of folks do not want to accept that Germany was melanated and the Roman Empire was melanated. All right? So in 1751, American statesman Benjamin Franklin, we went over this, but I'm fenced to show you how the spirit world works, because I had already pulled this for tonight. And then somebody in the comments was, well, how you know if you say they was all black, how you saying that they was black during the Civil War, because we got Mexico back from them. First of all, who is them? And who is us? Second of all of Europe, Asia, Africa, the Americas was melanated. All right? So this is for you slow ones in the back who want to come on people's platforms regurgitating stuff. You want them to provide receipt after receipt, but you regurgitate something with not a shred of receipt. This for the slow people in the back. In 1751, American statesman Benjamin Franklin wrote an essay titled America as a Land of Opportunity. As part of that essay, Benjamin Franklin noted the demographics of Europe, the Americas, and Asia as of his time, 1751. It's amazing how different the people of some areas look today, much whiter because of war and expulsion. But nonetheless, Franklin's description of the races in 1751 are in agreement with the artwork we present. Now, just note, my family that's been rocking with us, y'all know we done already took and told and went over this. This for the slow ones in the back. It just so happened I pulled this. I didn't pull it for this purpose. I pulled it to just give you all another source of some great work that this brother is putting out. Quote, why should the Palatine Boers, Germans, peasant farmers be suffered? All right, now let me stop. If y'all go to that brother's channel that I talked about earlier today that's going to talk about them Huguenots, the Moors, he also tells you who the Boers are. He ties it all together. And see, this is why folks keep sitting up here getting confused and wanting to come out of bags on other people with the receipts because you don't want to read and do no research. Or you want to hold on to what was taught to you, or you don't want to accept the truth because it makes you uncomfortable and you rather keep the comfortable lie. Hey, sorry, this is 2020, bruh. And so we're not going to stop putting out the truth because you have not graduated. Another option is don't listen. But something keeps pulling you to different people's platforms that's putting out this information. You still keep coming on there. So maybe that's something you need to reconcile within your soul. But anyhow, why should the Palatine Boers, Germans, peasant farmers be suffered to swarm in our settlements and by herding together establish their language and manners to the exclusion of ours? Why should Pennsylvania, founded by the English, become a colony of aliens who will shortly be so numerous as to Germanize us instead of our Anglifying them, and will never adopt our language or customs any more than they can acquire our complexion? Franklin considered himself a pure white. He is saying that Germans were not white. Now, our Brother Sean reminded me of what our ancestors said. It gets even deeper than that. Because those Germans are them Huguenots. So you all really need to get up on who the Huguenots really are. Okay? Now, this is not Rhonda saying that the Germans were not white. It ain't Sis Sandra saying that. It ain't Brother Sean saying that. It ain't this brother that's putting this out. This is what Benjamin Franklin said, 1751. Today's Germans are indeed white, so who were the original Germans? Etymology of the word German, Middle English, from Old French Germain, from Latin Germanus, genuine, of the same parent. The term Germanic originated in classical times when groups of tribes living in Lower, Upper, and Greater Germania were referred to using this label by Roman scribes. The Roman used the term Germanic was not necessarily based upon language, but rather referred to the tribal groups and alliances that lived in the regions of modern-day Luxembourg, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Germany, and which were considered to be less civilized and more physically hardened than the Celtic Gauls. Tribes referred to as Germanic by Roman authors generally lived on the northeast of the Gauls. All right? So here is the real Celtic Gaul. So shout out to this brother. I'm just sending you so many kudos because you even brought the receipts yet again on even the Celts were melinated. Okay, now this is a coin. So folks that be talking that bullshit when we bring up that melanated people were Europeans, oh, you using memes. Bitch, no, we not. We're not using memes. I've heard all types of excuses. Oh, them portraits they doctored. Oh, okay, so the melanated portraits are doctored, but the white portraits ain't. Oh, okay then. Well, doctor on these coins. Doctor on that. Because it's a lot of ancient coins with melanated folks on it. Doctor on that. All right. So modern. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Genuine, same parents. Interesting. So I guess that's basically they're saying that they're the original people from that land.
Yes. Yep.
Mm-hmm. So they still had to be on some fuck shit. If y'all the indigenous people there, y'all all over here doing some shit.
Exactly.
I actually can't be mad at Franklin for calling for the German.
Yeah. I mean, in his defense, although he was on our shit telling somebody else what they don't need to be doing, bitch, you ain't from here, but okay, I get your point. I get your point, blood. Exactly. So it says modern Germanic people include the Afrikaners, Australians, Danes, Dutch, English, Flemish, Frisian, Germans, Icelanders, Lowland Scots, Norwegians, Swedes, and others, including the diaspora populations such as some European Americans. In other words, all Western albinos, Eastern albinos, and Slavs, and Turks, all Caucasian albinos. Whew, let me sip. I know y'all see it, but I got to sip on this. Sorry, Caucasian. But shit, you should know that. God damn it, you should know. I ain't finna sip on that. I'm not finna sip on that. The reason I ain't finna sip on it, because all you got to do is look at the word Caucasian, Asian.
Mm-hmm.
So no, I ain't finna sip on that. That ain't nothing to sip tea about. That's people wanting to be in denial, taking other people's identity. So all Caucasians, albinos, derive from Central and East Asia. Continuing, with Franklin's essay, quote, which leads me to add one remark, that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionately very small. Now, this for the slow one in the back who wanted to know, how could you say that everything was black up to the Civil War? This for you.
Did you?
All Africa is black or tawny. Asia, chiefly tawny. America, exclusive of the newcomers, wholly So,
did you hear what you said? You kept repeating it. They're albino, which is a genetic defect.
Mutation, yeah.
The genetic mutation, and this young man, they cut him off. I don't know his name. I couldn't even hear what he said, but he was putting an equation on the board, and they didn't cut him off the channel totally, but they cut his sound so you couldn't hear it. And he said that about, 6,000 years ago, I'm trying to remember what he said, about 6,000 years ago there was an atmospheric change and of some type of an accident or something, and they became more sulfur-based instead of melinated. And that's why their skin turned out to be white. So albinos are genetic mutations, according to what he just said. And they call themselves, or used to call themselves, or somebody calls them, albions.
Yeah, I've heard that too. I've heard albion. But it's interesting because when we think of albinos today, to me, I still know that they're melanated. Now, that's just me, because I can see the features. I can see the woolly hair, the broad nose, the big lips. But I don't see that in Caucasian.
But maybe their kids after them, they changed to the European.
It very well could be. It very well could be. It could be over time. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
But they're white albinos, and you could tell that they're quote-unquote white. You have quote-unquote albinos in every race, and you can tell which quote-unquote race they belong to.
Yeah, I know I can tell it for the melanated people. I can't say that I remember seeing a Caucasian albino, but I can definitely tell it.
They have them in movies. They have them in movies all the time. It was them two in the Matrix.
Now I remember.
I've seen Asian albinos in movies. I've seen them all.
Yeah, now that you say they're in movies, I got it in my head. You're right. You can tell.
Olden days they call them
right.
But I'm thinking leprosy.
Yeah, in the olden days they call them leopards as well.
Yeah, I've heard leprosy as well. I've definitely heard that as well. But something went down, and that whole 6,000 year thing keeps coming up in different mythologies, and it also is a big biblical thing with Christians, mainstream Christians, pushing the earth is only 6,000 years old. And then, once you start coming into knowledge of self, and it just hit me. I'm like, nah, bruh, that 6,000 stuff, that's based on Caucasians' history. That's not based on the total planet history and the other folks of the planet history. So, yes, something definitely went down, okay? Now, the sad part about it, I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
But referring to what you have up on the screen, in 1751, the planet was still all goddamn melanated, except for a few
you took it out of my mouth.
So where the fuck that 6,000 years shit come in at? They keep trying to put themselves in history. And we keep regurgitating that shit and putting them there. They're sitting there redoing the books, redoing the photos, and everything. While niggas claiming to be every goddamn thing else, they're becoming you in the history book and everything. So, if somebody was from here a couple thousand years ago, was a time traveler, and came back, you'd be like, who the fuck What the fuck is going on here? Where did these things come from? What the fuck is that?
Right. They'd be like, who that? Who this? Exactly.
You the who? Since when? No, they didn't look like that. Hold it. What the fuck is going on here?
Exactly.
But we accept it. We embrace it. We give it life. We regurgitate it. We say it over and over again. We sleep, eat, and shit this shit. And then say that they have power that they never had. They tell you constantly. They tell you constantly that you're governed by your consent. Motherfuckers can sit up and starve in this goddamn system and wait for fucking handouts or go steal from each other instead of going home to mama.
Yep.
You still ain't learned how to apologize to your mama. Now, the people that exist outside the system, we call them backwards.
Yep.
But
yep.
They ain't in nobody's system. They ain't worried about no fucking paperwork. None of that shit.
Yep.
They know what to
Call
eat.
them
They
crazy.
got to go to the grocery store.
Exactly. Call them crazy. People talk about
no
the preference for years, like a dog.
Right.
Yep.
They ain't got no light bills, no gas bills, none of that shit. They ain't got to worry about no insurance. They ain't worried about no COVID because they ain't sitting up watching goddamn TV being goddamn brainwashed.
Yep.
But our people seem to think that we can't survive without the system when there is no system without our consent.
Without your consent. Yep.
You consent. You think that they have power. The simplest thing to do, y'all just won't do, just stop.
Yep.
If you know who you are and you're connected to mama, you can exist without them. They'll come looking for you. You forget that mama is bigger than what they've told you. Mama got spots that's growing lovely, lovely food. Fresh water, fresh air, everything.
All of that. All of that.
But you want to stay in the swamp.
Right.
You forget if you swimming in the swamp and it get drained, you in that mud becoming a mud fossil, ain't you? You gone. Because you wanted to play in the swamp. You wanted to see if he actually was going to drain the swamp while you're sitting in the swamp. Oh, he ain't going to drain the swamp. Let me see. And you down the drain, too, because you forgot who the fuck you were. You forgot you wasn't supposed to be in the swamp in the first goddamn place. But, hey, the only way you can drain the swamp is to be in the swamp.
Exactly.
So by default, he's in the swamp because he don't belong here. He's not indigenous to here. What does it say? They all derive from Central and East Asia?
Yes.
Maybe they need to be over there. Maybe they need to be over there fighting with the Corona people.
And it's interesting because Asia is the one that's catching hell. That's the one that's flooding and icing over. And literally, they're not able to grow food to keep up with the population. So that's interesting. But Dry Bones said, since we're here and have always been there, I'm assuming you're saying here, where did this take place? In a petri dish? Some sort of genetic experiment? Yeah, Dry Bones, I can't call it, but I'm sure we're going to find out. It's either that or coming across with other melanated beings, because to come through this gateway, whether it be across that Arctic wall or if you're talking about the ether gateway, you need melanation. That's just the bottom line. You have to have melanation. And that HBO series Lovecraft, if y'all not up on that, get up on it. Y'all, they got some wild stuff in there. They really got some wild stuff. And I'd say the third episode, baby, let me tell you something. They had in there about the secret societies, the rituals. They talk about energy center fields, and this one particular scene, those that are watching this series, you'll know what scene I'm talking about. Baby, when they had the Tesla coils, that's what it looked like to me. And they had to have a melanated man consent to be used as a conductor to open that gateway. I said, baby, I'm done. No, y'all not going to put this in our face. And I found out that a sister is the one producing and writing it, and it's Jordan Peele's show, so it's the Get Out Man. So I'm saying all that to say, I know I went all around the corner, dry bones. You know you bring it out of me, sis. You bring it out of me. I'm saying all that to say, Caucasian had to come through the realm, whether or not they are a mutation off of the melanated gene, whether or not they were just literally created, or if they came from another ether realm into our realm, or whether or not they came across that Arctic wall. What I am telling you, in order to do any of those things, it had to be some melanation involved, because melanin is the strongest converter of energy. So we finna find out. That I do know. We about to find that out for sure. But great point, Dry Bones. All right, y'all. And another thing that brings me back to that series that I talked about at the beginning of the show with that brother who talks about the Huguenots. He tells you who's partnered up with Caucasians. He tells you who put the Caucasians in power.
And he also said when they became white.
Absolutely. He even tells you specifically when they became white. Absolutely. So, and I said, I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother John.
I'm thinking that was from a status perspective. That's why they keep running around hollering that shit now.
Absolutely. It is a status perspective. And that's why I always get into the Moor shit. Come get your motherfucking children. The Caucasians are your children. So you want to sit up here and talk this bullshit when you created it. You created that nightmare. Those your chillin'. So you gonna be held accountable for that. Your chillins have spanked your ass and disrespected you. And you brought your chillins in the mix to fuck over the indigenous people on their land. So now you got your ass spanked real well, and now you're trying to climb your ass back up in power. And you done ran out of time. All of y'all done ran out of time. It's over. All right, but let's get back to this. Damn, y'all, we be going around the corner of the block. Okay. Okay, so tawny obviously means brown. Africans and Native Americans are brown/black. Asians are mostly brown. This is consistent with the artwork and artifacts we present. But where did the red man/red skin come from? Professor Roxanne Dunbar Ortiz states that the American settlers were paid bounties for killing Indians, and they gave a name to the mutilated and bloody corpses they left in the wake of the scalp hunts, redskins. Continuing with Franklin's essay, quote, and in Europe, the Spaniards, all right, this is for the slow person in the back, because you had the audacity to bring up Mexico to me. So hear all of this. And in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, and Swedes are generally of what we call a swarthy complexion, as are the Germans also. So if you want to talk about Mexico, Mexico was part of a Spanish territory. Melinated Spanish territory. Swarthy obviously means light brown skin or mulatto, which is consistent with the artwork and the history of Europe. And that I disagree with him on, because swarthy means black. Tawny is like light skin per se. All right. Okay, so continuing with Franklin's essay, quote, the Saxons only accepted who, with the English, make the principal body of white people on the face of the planet. These are the pure albinos. So now, with our studies, we even know that that's not even true. We know that the original Saxons, because we can go to not only the artwork, but the coins, which are the real receipts, since people want to feel that the melanated artwork is doctored, but not the white people's artwork. Okay, then. But we have the receipts of the coins of melanated Saxons. So Caucasians took on even that identity, unless they are somehow blood related to the melanated Saxons. I could wish their numbers were increased, and while we are, as I may call it, scoring our planet by clearing America of woods. Okay, so did y'all catch that? Coming over here, cutting down these trees, fucking up the ecosystem, because everywhere these Huguenots and they boys and them go, it's destruction. Everywhere they go, they got to come plowing shit down to build their cities, plowing nature down to build their cities. They did it in Europe, and it got so bad in England that King James, who is melanated, or who was melanated, he had to put a moratorium on them cutting down trees because they had cut down so many. And so making this side of our globe reflect a brighter light to the eyes of inhabitants. Now, Sean, here you go, because you reminded me of this. And so making this side of our globe reflect a brighter light to the eyes of inhabitants in Mars or Venus. What, huh?
It's this.
Uh-huh.
We closest to Antarctica. Didn't they say at one point that you can walk from South America into Antarctica?
Yes, sir.
So they talking about making this side, which is closer to them.
Tell it. Well.
More are from Mars because they claim everything with an M and an R in it. So, I guess
and isn't Mars rumored to be the place where they were doing genetic experiments?
Mm-hmm.
Let me sip this water.
Sound like he was trying to please his masters. He was saying, hey, hopefully they see that this is a job well done.
I'm just going to read that again because Brother Sean and I were looking at something else, and Sis Cheryl too. And he reminded me of this exact statement. I said he sure in the hell did. And so making the side of our globe reflect a brighter light to the eyes of inhabitants in Mars or Venus. Why should we, in the sight of superior beings, darken its people? That's not me saying it. That's Franklin saying this in 1751. So what did he know that they ain't telling us? And now all of a sudden, fast forward to 2020, now they talking about going back to Mars. And I said, pack your shit and get the fuck on.
Hey, sis, that also sounds like he's saying he actually got pride in who he is. He's saying, you know, our God made us white, so why darken that? Why offend our God?
Absolutely.
But you got niggas running around trying to lighten themselves and want light-skinned babies with quote-unquote good hair, this, that, and the other. That's a reason for amalgamating and this, that, and the other. And they proud of who they are. And we tend to be every goddamn thing else, even though they call themselves American. They are white folks first.
Yep. As they should be proud. Because if they weren't proud of who they are, they never would have been able to be in the positions that they're in now to keep this system running. So they had to get some type of come up. But yeah, that's just, woo, baby, that blows me back when he said that, you know, they got to cut down all these trees because they need, for the inhabitants in Mars or Venus, they're superior beings to see. And why should it darken its people? Why increase the sons of Africa by planting them in America? So that blows away that whole notion that the founding fathers wanted slavery prevalent in America. And he's not the first to say that. Most of them said they didn't want it, especially when the Caucasians were trying to increase their numbers to start running things. They have consistently said it. Because if you have slaves, them African slaves, and that free or cheap labor, then the Caucasian whites couldn't get on the come up. So look at it as this, and it's the same game that we see today. White men sitting up there complaining about Mexicans taking their jobs. You're taking our jobs and you're bringing down our value of our wages. It's the same exact concept. They did not want slavery coming from over in Africa. Okay? All right, so by planting them in America, where we have so fair an opportunity by excluding all blacks and tawnies, of increasing the lovely white and red. but perhaps I am partial to the complexion of my own country, for such kind and partiality is natural to mankind. Okay? All right, so check him out. He just kind of goes into, and we went over this before, but just more receipts. The Holy Roman Empire, how it was all melinated. Sorry, y'all. Melinated. We went over all of this. Melinated. Sorry, melinated. Okay, so thank you, brother. So again, that website is Real History, www.com. I'm going to have to look through my notes, and if I remember next week, I'll put up the link where it has the table of contents where you can go through all of his material, because he has a plethora of information. So thank you so much, brother. And I'm going to try to dig up your name again if I can find it. All right. So that's that. So again, still back to the melanated side, but we are going to, that's what the next series we're going to get into, y'all. We're going to get into that Arctic, that land beyond the poles, because all of this stuff comes together. Yes, Dry Bones. Notice that the word mankind, something kind of like a man. I absolutely agree. I caught that too. So, yeah, family. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
That's what they got on. One of the things that they was pissed was Dr. Yafa Bay about. She got on them about that Moorish shit. She was like, Ish mean white. She was like, I'm not Moorish, I'm a Moor.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, she had the videos and everything, because I was listening to her around the time when all that shit went down, when she had to go underground.
Which is a damn shame. That's not right.
So many
that's
Moors
not right for them to do
that
that,
sister,
like
treating her like she was dirt. This is a sister who earned her stripes.
That's right. I heard she was getting desperate.
Yeah, because she was exposing that shit. She wasn't on that bullshit.
That's not right. It's not right.
He talked about how their paperwork wasn't working, all that shit.
Now that part I didn't hear. I just heard the part about her saying about, the Moors fighting the indigenous Indians, and how the white man was just able to step into those positions because of that. But so she was really airing everything out.
She told them new assholes. That's why they all they could do was resort to threats, because they couldn't debate her on her facts.
See, that's the fuck shit that we be talking about. And, those that are into the whole Moorish or Moors thing, I know that some of your hearts, you're truly in it for the right reasons, but sus, bruh, you really need to research what you're repping. You really, really need to research. I'm not coming on here to bash Moors just to be bashing them. Based on my research, it's a lot of fuckery in the game. So you really need to be real careful them titles that you're taking on. I've said that consistently. And not just with the Moors, that whole I'm a Hebrew Israelite, I'm a Jew. Y'all better know what the fuck you talking about, bruh. Sus. You need to know what the fuck you talking about. Yes, sir.
I joined the Moorish Science Temple at 23. I was back out in 2 months. They ain't do shit. The same brother that brought me in suggested that I got out. The temple that I was attending at that time got caught up in all type of fuckery with paperwork and all type of shit. They fighting over who's supposed to be who is prophet Noble Drew Ali's true heir, who is the reincarnation of him. All that bullshit. I still studied it just to learn what the fuck they was talking about. I was there. Yep. I read the shit. I gave up dues and all that shit. So I know.
You know.
And back then when I was in the temple, they wasn't talking shit about being no American Indian.
Yeah, that shit just came out of left field.
In fact, when I first got on Facebook and got to talking about that I was Choctaw and Cherokee, a couple more pull up on me like, fuck that shit. Don't be talking about that side of the family.
What?
Yeah, they wanted me to talk strictly about Moors, nothing about being Indian. So, ain't a goddamn thing a motherfucker can tell me about the Moors. Been there, done that.
Done that.
Circle 7 Quran.
Yeah.
So, I mean, come again.
I hear you. Yeah, I mean.
After you come again, go. After you come again, go. Y'all got all this shit over there. Y'all done all this, that, and the other. Y'all done went all over the planet doing this, that, and the other. Let me see you rebuild home. Y'all fucked that shit up before you left. Yep. Obviously, you couldn't fix it then, and you can't motherfucking fix it now. So you damn sure can't fix a goddamn thing over here. Nothing.
Yep.
Like Sis said, go ahead, take your little badass baby kids and get the fuck on.
Right. Get the fuck on. Get the fuck on. And what?
Y'all responsible for everything. Science, arts. Y'all responsible for every fucking thing. According to y'all. Go do it someplace else. See how many people follow y'all. All you motherfuckers come in here wanting what we got.
South
if you was doing so goddamn much, go do it some goddamn place else. Let me see how great you are.
I totally agree. Why you up in indigenous people's business? And my thing is, now all of a sudden, y'all are us. Y'all always been over here. Bruh, sus. How the fuck? That's some Huguenot shit. So now that people are waking up, the indigenous are waking up like, oh, hell, motherfucking no. Grandma and them told me I ain't no African, blah, 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 blah. This some bullshit. Now all of a sudden people circling back to, oh, no, more, the Morocco was over here. Nigga, how? It's just some bullshit. It's just total bullshit. And I'm going to go deeper. We're going to go deeper into it in the next series. I think they're going to have to, Southwind, I love that door. That finger to the motherfucking door. Exit stage, motherfucking left. I think they're going to have to get out the realm. I think they're going to have to go over that motherfucking wall and go to their motherfucking territory. And sit it all the way down. I really do. I really, really do. So that's how deep I think that this stuff is. And that's why it's important for folks, and I told y'all this out the gate. I've been telling y'all this for a couple of years. You better be careful with these titles that you're taking on. You better be careful with it. That's why I'm not going to sit up here and allow nobody, well, our heritage as Jews. Wait a minute, bitch, who said, who's motherfucking heritage? Who the fuck said I was a Jew? Well, see, no, they have, no, bruh, you're not finna mix no apples and oranges. You're not finna mix that. Now, if that's what you want to rep, you rep that shit. But stop trying to mix the indigenous folk of America with y'all bullshit. It's bad enough that our ancestors did link up and have children with y'all funk asses. That's part of my bloodline. Now, I don't know if they Moors. I have no evidence that they're Moors, but I definitely have European parts. But I ain't finna sit up here and take no Moor and no Jew title. Y'all been gone with that fuck shit. That's the part that be getting us. Y'all want to keep taking on these different identities. And then you have audacity to have people filling out this paperwork. This is why they keep getting locked the fuck up, because it's a joke at this point. It's literally a joke. So whatever. Go ahead on with that now. So the YouTube channel again, it's called The Making of an African America. I'm sorry, The Making of a African American Series, 187 Homicide. The YouTube channel is Legendary Top Cats. I'm finna drop the YouTube channel in the chat room. He's gonna do a series. He put the little first video out. Check him out, family. He goes in. What you say, Southwind? They swear that they built everything brick and and you know what, Southwind? I'm laughing. I like your little cute little emojis. I'm laughing, but it's serious because I studied, real motherfucking briefly with them. I think I lasted 2 weeks, Brother Sean, because once I got that Circle 7 and read through this, I'm like, so you want me, huh? Yeah. And then Thomas to stand up in the corner, turn this motherfucking way, do your hand like this, I said, nah, bruh, nah, sis. I ain't finna do this. I done gave up the church at that point. It was some 15-something years ago. So you think I'm finna do all of this? Nah, bruh. Nah, sis, you got me all the way fucked up. I ain't finna do it. So my thing is, like Brother Sean said, if you built all of these empires, all of these kingdoms, which I do, I'm going to give you credit for that. I ain't even trying to slight you on that. Please understand what I'm about to say. I'm not going to slight you on that. Why can't you get your shit together? Why can't you get your shit together? Because how did you get those kingdoms? Let's talk the fuck about that. That's the part people want to gloss the fuck over. And that's even going back to the Huguenots and the melinated Jews. Black folk, melanated folks, y'all want to gloss the fuck over that when we talk about how did they get them kingdoms. Y'all want to talk about that part.
And how they became the 5 civilized tribes cutting goddamn deals for their fucking life.
Exactly. Oh, Dry Bones Top Cats got about 3 or 4 of the Making of an African American videos. Okay, well, I got to go back. Shoot. I didn't see him, sis. I'm going to have to go back and look, because when I tell you I was vibing with that brother, he laid it down. I have much respect for his work, just like I do for Brother Caramel. Caramel's just nice with it. Top Cats comes out swinging. So, again, Moors, you don't want to talk about how you got those things from taking from others. Okay, he's finalizing the series tomorrow. But shit, I got to get caught up. I don't even know which one I didn't look at. I don't even know which one in the series I looked at. Okay, y'all, thanks. Good looking out. I'm going to be caught up by next week. Yeah. Yep, I'm definitely, I thoroughly enjoyed it, Dry Bones. I enjoyed it so much, I usually don't even watch, put the YouTube on the big TV. Baby, I put that on the big TV, had my bop, 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 that. I was like, oh, hell no. That's how good it is, y'all. So, yeah, I'm definitely, yeah, absolutely, we've been bringing it up, Dry Bones. Absolutely. That's why it's so refreshing to see others do it as well. You know, shout out to Brother Caramel. He has a huge platform. He brought it out over the years, and he brought it back out. So shout out to him. Much respect to him. He brings the receipts. Top Cats, shout out to him for bringing it back out as well. And now I'm starting to see people on Facebook. That shit is hitting like this, y'all. One after another, different people, just back to back to back to back. It can't be stopped. This information cannot be stopped. Okay, I'm gonna post it again. Legendary Top CATZ. Legendary Top Cats. TOPCATZ. I'm telling y'all won't be disappointed. He's very down to earth. He ain't trying to sugarcoat it. So if, you sensitive, because I know some people like, I can't listen to you. If you just change your language, then you don't need to be fucking listening. I ain't finna change up my shit for you. Now, if I'm tailoring it towards some babies, yeah, I'm gonna change it up. But for your grown ass, ain't finna happen, player. But yeah, he's really, really, the brother is good. He's really, really good. So, what you say, Dry Bones? The brother said the Moors have got to go now. They are trying to take our identity. Yeah, we about to see a whole lot of Moors jumping ship. They need to jump ship because, to be real honest, they do have a homeland. Or, now I'm starting shit now. Or do they? Or do they? Do they really have a homeland in this realm? Because all of the origins that we see, the more and more no pun intended, the more and more we go back, we see them show up on the scenes getting ran the fuck out of somewhere else.
And then taking everybody else's
somewhere else and taking on somebody else's identity. Absolutely. Absolutely. So, like I said, Moors, y'all got to get your shit together. The games are over. You didn't hid behind the white man, and I told y'all, white people, Caucasians, I told y'all that you were being set up for the fall guy. I fucking told you. I told you because you have taken on those titles and those positions that you have to suffer karma. Now, indigenous people across the planet, and I'm going to speak on my motherfucking heritage in the Americas. I don't know if my people were indigenous to England, that motherfucking side of the coin. You or we suffered the karma for cutting deals. For cutting deals and going against natural law. And making up all kind of fuck-ass excuses with paperwork and common law and this. We'll let them cut down these trees. We'll let them do this. We'll let them hunt these animals for the purpose of trade. That's why we are on the karmatic train, because we broke natural law. We went against Mother Earth. Not only did we go against Mother Earth, we even went against our physical birth mothers, our physical grandmothers. We put them in the motherfucking back burner and ushered in a patriarch system. So we got our fucking asses handed to us. We cut deals with the conquerors. And in some cases, we're scheming with them against other people in the Americas. So we got our motherfucking asses handed to us. So now this shit has come full circle. So now mama said, I done spanked y'all asses. Because y'all thought y'all was slick. You thought you was nickel-ass slick. So I spanked your asses. Have you learned your lesson? Are you woke? Because if you ain't, I got something for that ass again. So it's up to you. Where do you want to be? You want to keep playing these fuck-ass games? With this identity, looking outside of yourself, letting everybody else tell you who you are, but you not knowing who the fuck you are through your genealogy, your bloodline, what your grandma and them told you? Or are you going to keep going with the generalization a brother motherfucking so-and-so that say you a Jew this day, you a Hebrew Israelite this day, you a Moor that day. Oh, but you know what? You really a Moor, Jew, and Indigenous America because they all the same. Keep fucking bullshitting with yourself. Keep right on. These entities gonna have your ass packing up, going to motherfucking Mars, being a motherfucking indentured servant, slave, all of that shit all over again. But exit stage motherfucking left. Get the fuck on. It's over. We're not playing this game with y'all no more. I don't give a fuck who it is. I don't care if it's melinated, Trump, Stump, Skunk, Q, Elemental P, Palladians, Saint the fuck whoever, it's over. Go outside and explain that to that motherfucking plasma. Explain all of that shit to the plasma. Either you're going to vibrate on the correct frequency or you suffer. Or if they can get over that wall to go to Mars, get the fuck on with them. That's what I best suggest you do. If you want to keep up that fuck shit system, you want to be on top because this new system is going to do it, pack your motherfucking shit, get the fuck on. Exit stage left to Mars or wherever the fuck. Because this realm, we fucking done with this shit. And we sick of you all. No more excuses, none of that. We done with it. All right. So, all right, family. I think we have a caller. I know, y'all. Still ain't got to the material. We got to it a little bit, but I did want to get back into the book. So let me go to 215. Oh, shoot. I'm trying to open it, 215. Okay, I think you're open. It just will not open. I'm sorry. Hold on, 215. Okay, 215, your line is open.
Hey, Rhonda. How are you? My name is Sage. I'm a friend of John.
Peace and love, beloved. Yes, how are you?
Girl, you are putting it down tonight. I am so glad I caught this call. I've been trying to get on this call for a long time. And I am so happy I caught you. Girl, you putting it down.
Oh, thank you, love.
Yes, indeed, honey. I'm going to be your number one fan. But I did want to say that, I don't know, I think John told me he told you about my website helping, our folks correct their racial status.
Yeah, Yeah, well, let me be clear. He indirectly told me, he never told me personally, he sent the message through somebody else, and I don't promote paperwork on this platform. So that's no slight against you, sis. That's why I never answered him or responded to him, because every week I say I don't promote paperwork. So that's, no slight against you whatsoever. I don't promote paperwork.
Oh, no,
I just don't.
That. I'm fine. I am 100% fine with that because that has nothing to do with you putting it down tonight. Totally separate thing.
Okay.
And that is fine. Yes. Don't have nothing to do with this show tonight, and I'm enjoying it, and I'm just glad to meet you. I just wanted to let you know.
Okay.
Keep up the good
all right,
work.
sis.
If you could keep it up. Keep it up. I'm loving it.
Okay, sis. Well, it was truly great to hear your voice, and please feel free to, come on and put something on it again. I appreciate you.
I certainly will. I definitely will, and I thank you so much for your time.
Okay, you too, sis. Peace and love. All right. Okay. All right, sis. That was nice. That was nice. Okay. Mama gonna have it looking like that movie, The Happening. So yeah, Shamita, I was trying to capture another picture for y'all today, because one of the news channel weathermen here, people will send him in pictures after the storm. Y'all, and I couldn't catch it in time. Another picture of that plasma in the sky, y'all. It was, if I'm remembering correctly, a pinkish purple. I hate that I couldn't catch it. As soon as I got my camera together, it had switched off. And I'm like, this is the real show. That's the real show, the pole shift, the change in the atmosphere. Even how the land mass is changing. The frequency, even the way people's behavior is, that's tied to the frequency. That's the real deal. The rest of this superficial corporate stuff, it's just that. It's all an illusion. It's not real. It only keeps going because folks keep giving the crap energy. So, oh well. Okay, family. So, we are going to, I know, shocker, it's 10:24. We're going to get a little bit back into the book. We haven't done that in like 3-some weeks, y'all. All right.
You know, something that was relating to the book, really, that you probably really will talk about, is that Barbados, you know, how people...
yes, talk about it, sis.
Well, Barbados didn't unseated the Queen as their leader. Their what is it? It had up here in a minute. As their leader, and they're going to go and get their independence by November 21st. They said they don't need her to lead them. So they're getting rid of their colonizers as head of state.
Yeah.
That's what they are, as head of state. And so by November 21st, 2021, they're trying to get they're going to get their independence, because that's the Caribbean island nation, and their leaders are doing this. It's not some faction. It's the leaders, the Prime Minister Mia Motley. They said they want a Barbadian head of state. So when these people came over here and they took over our identity and they took over the leadership of this place, now people are waking up. They want it back. They want their country back. So I was looking at that. You know, the Queen has really got out of business as being the Queen. She's going to retire in some farm somewhere or something, and she's not even over the head of state anymore in England. So, you know, so that would tie into what you're going to talk about, how they came over here and as slaves and now they took over. But I just wanted to say that one before you started it.
Yeah, I'm glad you... I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
Going back to QAnon, also called royalty, and all prime ministers on the planet have been put to death.
What you reporting? Yes. Because you know what?
That's what I'm saying. I put the list out. The list is out on multiple videos. Video ain't been removed. Nothing. Fact check this shit. Nothing. I'm just saying, if we're going by their narrative,
right,
that all these people have been put to death. All this shit about them people getting rid of this person or that person, they already fucking gone. Acknowledging them now means that they signed on to the new deal. That's all that means.
Dry Bone said, you know, I call them Q Elemento P now. Yeah, it's saying that.
Yeah, so, I mean, if they saying that these people are getting their stuff back, that's that whole switcheroo thing where they said they're going to start putting melinated people in all these positions.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Sign on to the new deal. As long as I'm watching this show, I'm watching it from the perspective that they said all of these people are dead. So I'm waiting to see how y'all going to reveal all this and how all this, that, or the other is supposed to happen. While all this bullshit is still going on, if these people are dead, this, that, or the other, where's them goddamn babies at? Why ain't they being helped right now if all this shit is over? Why you still got them in hiding some goddamn where? And this, that, or the other. Y'all talked a bunch of shit. I want to see some shit.
Absolutely.
All
Absolutely.
this, that, or the other
and why?
And why did they jump from the rescuing of the children to some new bullshit? So they can go on with it. You know what I'm saying? They can just simply go on with the bull mess.
Well, I'd like to remind you of a little bit about Black Rock.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Black Rock. You're right, sis.
Yeah, they said that if you're white, get back. Because there's nothing but melinated and brown.
That's what the little article said. That's what it said. So, and we done said this over and over again on this platform. When we did the Black Nobility series, we told y'all that it's the same script. They just put different players in place. It's the same empire. It's the same entity. So they, even the construct or concept of color is a spell within itself to get you stuck on who's really doing what and who is whom.
Mm-hmm.
Because they say that the second round of stimulus, they say the Dems is holding it up. But if Pelosi and them is dead, how are they holding it up?
Right. And I remember when that whole stimulus stuff first hit, I think I put a post out about that today, that I said back then, they ain't finna do shit. They not finna do shit. They finna give the bulk of that fiat to the rich, and the rest of the populace is gonna get very little, and people was on there talking shit. And one person who I've known for quite some time, for a couple of little years now, literally got pissed at me, unfriended and everything, because I wouldn't get on the Trump card train. I'm like, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit you talking about. It's not gonna happen. And sure enough, they issued out that first little funk ass $1,200, and it's business as usual.
Yeah.
So I don't have to keep getting kicked in the teeth to know what it is. I don't have to keep lining back up to get kicked in the teeth. It's the same shit over and over and over again. We keep showing y'all it's the same fucking script over and over again. So, alrighty. Okay, so here we go. Yeah, the same horse, just a different rider. And Purple recognized black folks caught up in the past that keeps on changing. Could a deal with the fourth right outside your door? Can you see? Well, I'm straight agreeing with you on that, Purple. But the thing that though gets me though, Purple, they think it's a new deal. That's the part that's getting me. We have literally shown them it's the same shit. And folks still, baby, you will get cussed plumb the fuck out when you tell them that any system that they finna start up, it's gonna be the same thing. You get cussed plumb the fuck out. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
Oh, yeah, and the Q community is starting to talk about Trump being a time traveler, because his uncle with Tesla's technology, this, that, or the other. And the whole Mandela effect thing, which they gave it. We know that these people been jumping timelines, changing books, placing themselves in history, like that book about Trump being the last president, how it got their names in there, about Barron. Barron Trump is supposed to be some type of genius with an IQ of 146 and is good at hacking into stuff. And
my whole thing, even with
No,
that,
all I'm
I
saying
might
is
hit.
we can't depend
I'm sorry,
on we can't depend
None of
on the past if they've been in timelines. That's why it's best to know yourself. Everything that you need to know is within you.
Exactly. And I knew that's where you were going with that it's still, you know, how you supposed to believe any of this, because to me, all of that was a script somebody was handed to run that script to throw off the 5% who know things aren't right and know that it's all a bunch of bullshit. So let me be the control opposition. These folks did not remain in power for so long by not knowing how to play on the emotional psyche. They played both sides of the coin, ladies and gentlemen. So that whole red pill, blue pill, they played both sides of them motherfuckers. They played all the pieces on the chessboard. That's why I tell you, you're not even supposed to be on the chessboard. Yeah, the past is a lie, dry bones. It's a bald-faced ass, or my grandmother used to say bald. I don't know why. I don't know why the lie didn't have no hair on his face. but a bald-faced ass lie. It's all a lie. That's why we had to talk about the past.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly why we had to talk about the past.
And
even with us bringing it up, people still talking shit. Oh, you know that ain't true. This. Well, you know what? Do what the fuck you want to do. The universe can put it out there now. Now what are you going to do? You going to still wait on them aliens? They building homes, Jay Rich. They building homes on Mars, right? That's what Elon and his technocrats are looking to do. Yeah, according to him, that's what they trying to do. What you say, Brother Sean?
I think he was on that list too, so I'm trying to figure out what he's doing on Mars.
Right. And how he building Neuralink, the AI stuff.
I guess this is supposed to be the quote-unquote technology that the Galactic Federation is supposed to be bringing to us to correct everything.
Child, I guess.
You know, cures for everything, even though Mama already provided us with cures for everything. Now we need some pale aliens to come tell us how to heal ourselves.
And you know what? To show you how folks are they're just such in a spell, and they're so stuck in a low frequency. Folks don't want to deal with the now. They don't want to deal with the past. They don't even want to plan for themselves or create for themselves their own future. So, really, nobody has any business telling somebody else what they should be fucking discussing, because it don't matter. Folks are asleep anyway. So that's why I say let the dead bury the dead. Mm-hmm. Either you accept the information or you fucking don't. And if you don't like it, that's cool. I'm cool with that. But let's not fucking pretend that you got to present it this certain way, that certain way for people to get it. Because there's so many platforms out there for you to pick from. That's talking this same information. I'm not going to say so many. There is enough. I'll put it that way. There is enough that's talking on a lot of stuff we speaking on that present it in different ways. And folks still got something to say because they haven't settled with self. They haven't settled with self. Because at the end of the day, it don't matter what I say, what Brother Sean say, what Sis Sandra say, or what anybody say. You are accountable for you and any other vessel you brought in this realm. So you really shouldn't be concerned about what the fuck somebody else is doing. Do you? But, oh, I forgot, that takes work. That takes work to do you. That takes work. It's easy to sit back and make somebody else the Messiah. It's easy to sit back and try to pick apart what the fuck somebody else doing. Do you? That's enough work within itself. So, all right. Damn. Here we go, y'all. Oh, I got to get another light. It's just always something. I guess I got too much equipment now, y'all. So I'm going to try to put this on up there. Get a little bit light. All right, so we only got a couple minutes. I am going to get a little bit back into White Trash, 400-Year Untold History of Class in America by Nancy Eisenberg. We're on the Civil War part, y'all. Civil War and class warfare. Oh, shoot. Wars are battles of words, not just bullets. That's for sure. Now, that's what I put that's for sure. From the 1861, the Confederacy had the task of demonizing its foe as debased, abnormal, and vile. Southerners had to make themselves feel viscerally superior and to convince themselves that their very existence depended on the formation of separate country, free of Yankees. Confederates had to shield themselves from the odious charge of treason by fighting to preserve a core American identity that the 19th century Northerners had corrupted. So, to show you how far that we have fallen, and even this is even to the, I'm speaking specifically now, to the indigenous Americans, this 1861. And you got other people that are not indigenous to the land now. They literally the new kids on the block. On your shit. Talking about what somebody else need to do and what the fuck they need to preserve. They just got here. That's how far that we had started to slide. All right? So no wonder folks are all fucking confused on who is whom when everybody else running around taking other people's fucking identity. And then with that identity, like I told y'all, you get served up the applicable fucking karma that comes with that identity. All right. Oh, what you say, Darnell East? I have been seeing many people claiming more with no documents proving that bloodline, and they have been getting locked up. By law, more means officer, and claiming aboriginal as well won't work at all. And see, Brother Darnell, that's why I don't fuck with that whole paperwork stuff. Because they've been mixing the two, and they've been getting locked up under the jail. I know them judges be laughing at them. Wait a minute, you Moor, that's North African. So if you North African Moor, yeah, you right. you're not a citizen, so I don't have jurisdiction on you, over you. But then they throw in, I'm indigenous. Lock this motherfucker up. Just lock him up. Shit. All right.
They teach classes on how to deal with the quote-unquote Moors. They look at them as sovereign citizens. They look at them as paper terrorists.
They sure do. Yeah, they're on the FBI's terrorist list.
Yeah, you can go on sites
why
where
I
they
won't
got
rep
quotes,
any of that shit.
where they got quotes from some of the Moors. They listed them by name. On one of the sites, they even got Washington on there. They got the Empress on there. They talk about Elaine. They talk about Taj and all that stuff. They got them all listed as terrorists.
Be careful, family. Be careful what you're associating yourself with. Not only is there an associated karmatic spiritual debt with taking on these titles, but the physical part, they locking folks the fuck up. And Bobby Hemmett, he said in the 90s. Now, I ain't never met Bobby Hemmett in person. I've only had as his source the YouTube videos that folks have put out of his past lectures. He said in the late 90s that they was going to start locking Moors up. He said it in the late 90s. He said when the Empress started bringing that paperwork around to the folks in her particular nation, he said then that they're going to start locking people up, and the Empress is pushing this paperwork stuff. And everything that man said has come into fruition. Now, I am just telling you, family, be careful. You have to be responsible for you. I don't want to see y'all locked up based on some doctrine that somebody else is giving you all, that we're supposedly this and supposedly that because this person said this and this person said that. What does that have to do with your bloodline and who your mama and them said you are and who you really are too? Yeah, Mark, Bobby Hemmett said it in that video. He called out that paperwork in that video. And he said they going to start locking. I don't know what inside person told Bobby Hemmett that information, because they hadn't started locking people up then. But he called that shit early. So you got to be careful, family. Now, me personally, when people come to me, talk about some nation this, nation that, all I got to do is, okay, so you say your people are who? And they run them names, and usually it's a name, quote, quote, of someone with a historical presence. They not even fucking from over here. So I'm like, you telling me your relative gave you heir to this land because your relative is thus and such, but your relative roots tie back to Europe. So now run that shit by me again. How the fuck are you tied to this land? Now, if your relative married an indigenous person, we can run with that. We can run with that. Yeah, you're indigenous by bloodline that way. But literally, I have heard two people start a movement based on they relatives supposedly holding some motherfucking deeds, some motherfucking paperwork, some president this and that told them that they have all the land, but your people are not fucking indigenous to the land. So I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
I hate it when they try and tie whole fucking bloodlines in. Let's say a European come over here and gets with an indigenous woman. Then all the rest of his people be trying to claim that they're indigenous to here. He ain't even indigenous to here. The offspring is because of the mama. But that don't include all the rest of the goddamn family. People be trying to include the whole goddamn rest of the family, the aunts and uncles and this, that, and the other. And none of them got shit to do with nothing. You just related to a motherfucker who got an indigenous woman pregnant.
Exactly.
You still ain't got no fucking rights.
I 1,000% agree with you. That's exactly what the fuck they've been doing. That's exactly what the fuck they've been doing. And all you got to do is look at, but see, if you did the research on your heritage, you would know what the fuck we talking about. Because the records are there. They're there. They tell you who came over. They tell you who married an indigenous person. It's there. So just because the male side that married my indigenous greats, that don't make the people that came over here from that male side be motherfucking indigenous. Unless we got the same grandma. And that's exactly what people been doing. And they so bold with the shit, Brother Sean. They so motherfucking bold. They literally mention the name of the British monarchy or European monarchy as the one, their connection to the land. How the fuck is that possible?
It's not.
If your people are from Europe, how the fuck you become indigenous without an indigenous parent, grandparent, great-great-grandparent? How the fuck do that tie? Literally. They so bold with the shit, they will proudly tell you. Now, my family is related to King this, Queen that, of the this, that, and such European dynasty. That's how I got the title to the land. First of all, bitch, your title, your deed, your patent don't mean a motherfucking thing. That doesn't make you indigenous. So let's stop playing these fuck-ass games. And then you perpetuate the fraud and tell people, but all for a fee. And to rep this name, you can be a part of this nation too. Bitch, what your nation got to do with my bloodline? So you want me to be up under your nation, who you have said, admitted, are tied to European monarchies, and that's supposed to benefit me how in the Americas? Does that not reverse me out of being a part of the land? Does that not have me deny my birthright as an indigenous America through my mama and them, great granny and them side? But these the fuck ass games that has been ran on melanated folks.
Mm-hmm.
And specifically in America. Yes, sir.
And don't them Native Americans say that it ain't about blood, it's about membership?
Baby, let me tell you something. That's another thing. I couldn't get past that, Brother Sean. I couldn't get past. I'm like, what the fuck you mean? It's about membership and not bloodline. How do membership make you indigenous? How the fuck does that make you indigenous? Yes, dry bones. Exactly. Yes, dry bones. And then they have the audacity. The game today is the man carries the bloodline. They are putting the Indian woman against the indigenous man. Mama's baby, Papa's maybe. Yeah. So they totally reverse it. Because you know why the fuck-ass niggas put the man first? Because that's that Huguenot European bullshit. They brought that shit over here. That the man can only, quote, quote, be a landowner and lineage is carried through the man. Bitch, you stinking motherfuckers did that to take the land.
Well, they did it on the birth certificate, too. Because they put the mother, they asked the mother her maiden name and doesn't include the father, really, and legally.
Well, to be honest, you should be carrying your mother's name.
Right.
You should be carrying your mother's name.
He said,
and that's why.
Yeah, but they're giving it to the patriarchal papa and not to the mother. You see what I'm saying? Indeed. That's that European shit. Mm-hmm.
That's that European shit. And then it started to make sense to me why when melanated women started to get married over the last 15 years, they started hyphenating their names and still carrying, well, some, but they're really carrying their father's name. But what really should have happened is they should have been carrying their mother's name all throughout. So then melanated men was getting upset at that. Oh, why don't you want to carry my name? And melanated women didn't even know why they were doing it, but it was a spiritual thing.
Yeah, because from some of the research I've done, the man used to take on the woman's last name. He became a part of the house of.
That is correct. That is correct. Yeah. So, yeah, the Europeans, the Huguenots, came over here with that fork shit for the purpose of taking land. That's what they do. They come over, they conquer, they take land, and they take on the people's identity. And when you start researching your genealogy and you start pulling up even the maps today in the Americas, you can see a lot of land named after them Huguenots. And in one of the videos that Brother Carameo put out about the Huguenots, baby, let me tell you something. He specifically mentioned a name in that video, and I sat straight the fuck up because I know that particular melanated bloodline, and they to this fucking day own a lot of land. Melanated folks. Huguenots. So it was very much so calculated and done for the purpose of taking the land, controlling the land, hence manipulating the vibration, hence keeping a hold of the people. So indigenous Americans and indigenous across the land, that's why we're suffering karmatic debt for going against our mama. Because we should have either done one or two things. Turn the motherfucking Europeans around, told them get the fuck on, chop their motherfucking head off at the shore, bitch, get the fuck on with that. Or the conditions were you either rock with the way we rock or you still get the fuck on or be killed. But no, we want to sit up, ha ha, he, kick and smoke weed, chew tobacco, drinking shit, cut motherfucking deals for commerce. For what? What do we need commerce for? We had everything. What the fuck we needed commerce for? So that's why we getting our asses handed to us. And then because it was the mixing of, and because the Huguenots blended the fuck in and merged even the concept of what it means to be melinated, it's just all one. We suffer their motherfucking karma as well. So meaning the European monarchies that brought that fuck shit over here. So yeah, I mean, we keep telling y'all the shit is over. We're not going down that road with you fuckers no more. Exit stage left. And if that means taking your monkey ass over that ice wall, and it's melting, I think Mama melting that bitch for y'all. I think she's melting it. I think she's going to have a green, nice pasture for you. I think she's going to have food and fresh motherfucking water for you to get the fuck on. Sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
I'm just thinking, why? Okay. And it's obvious they need us.
Absolutely.
There is no place else for them to go.
I can't help them.
Everybody is looking to America.
Yep.
And I don't believe it's because of the people who are pretending to be in power.
Now
they waiting to see what the fuck we gonna do.
Yep. That's a very
That's
good point.
what I believe is. They're waiting to see what the fuck we gonna do. Just like the Collective Federation and all these people. I mean, okay, they supposed to be these white aliens, and as they said, they ain't coming down here because they worried about being attacked until everybody gets on board.
Right.
Who do you think they really fear being attacked by?
That's an excellent
Okay, when they talk about being impervious to weapons, they was talking about guns and swords and shit. You know, the war toys that was made up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they was talking about somebody that's fully activated.
Mm-hmm.
So they play this shit out long enough for more and more people to be dumbed down and go off into the new system. You won't activate. You won't be able to tap into that type of shit. You won't be able to wield plasma. You won't be able to do shit to defend yourself or harm them. They want you weak for some reason.
I agree.
And they knew the COVID couldn't do it, but wearing masks not getting no fresh air or sunshine, vitamin D, you're weak. They can introduce anything into your system or introduce the thought into your head that it's something else in your system. Right. And you being the powerful being that you are, you will manifest that sickness within yourself.
You'll create it. Absolutely.
So it's still going to boil down to letting their shit go. Period.
Let it go.
As long as you keep going off into their paperwork and their information, they can create information forever. Anything to keep you from you. And that's what we keep falling for. All this shit ain't just coming up out of nowhere. This shit they've been on. People, we still seem to think that we keep finding something. When we find it on the internet, it's not like we went in some cave and dug up this old manuscript or scroll or this, that, or the other. Somebody put this shit on the internet for us to see it. And they didn't release it until they was ready for us to see it.
And until they were ready to fucking see it. Exactly. For us to see it. I 1,000% agree.
That's why if you're not going within and getting shit from the source, right. I mean, it's up in the air what you may be getting.
I 1,000% agree.
But I'm still trying to figure out why the aliens gonna come tell us that we all got to get along.
Right.
Jesus ain't coming back to tell us that. I mean, in that book it said Jesus, when he come back, he coming back with a sword and he doing this, that, or the other.
So, right.
So,
right.
The Galactic Federation is going against what Jesus said he was going to do.
Yeah.
And they didn't say that Jesus was going to come tell everybody what the deal is. They said John F. Kennedy Jr. is.
Child, I can't. I can't. And Epic Soul says, and yeah, we take it and run with it. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I just want to say this. I checked that Galactic Federation out years ago when they were talking about that. And guess who's on that board of the Galactic Federation? George W. Bush.
Mm-hmm. Even though
W. Bush? Okay. Yeah.
Well, that's just like Obama and Kamala Harris. They on the Netflix board.
Yeah.
And they let that little program come out about them little girls.
But remember, though, Press O was supposed to be some type of galactic. Remember that? That's what I argue motherfuckers about. And told them, go on with that bullshit. Didn't they say he was some ancient Kemet? And didn't they say he was, who they say him and Michelle was from over there in Kemet?
Osiris?
Yeah. Shit, I could see it plain as day.
Some type of pharaohs and shit. They cloned them. That they got the DNA from the pharaoh. And brought it over here and put it in Obama, and he's gonna be the last president. He's gonna save the world.
Yeah, he didn't say it for himself.
Yeah. So like Epic said, and like Brother Sean said, they put the shit out there, and people take it and run with it. And what fucking gets me though? What really just fucking gets me when I talk about I'm not interested in that bullshit. Bring me back something from the realm. Bring me back something from the spirit world. And folks don't want to do that. Now, I could sit up here and do a fucking show on the shit that I have personally. futuristic gave you folks that I have fucking personally said. But nobody talks about that. It's gotta come from the white boys. Let's keep this shit fucking real. It gotta come from the white boys, or it gotta come from a motherfucking melanated man. So, like I said, let the dead bury the motherfucking dead. Because you're not tapped in. If the white boy don't tell you it, if a melanated brother don't tell you it, they ice water is colder. It's colder than what the fuck I done told you folks years ago. That's why I be going the fuck off. Don't come on my platform with that fuckery. I didn't wake up out of the bed with this bullshit. I've been saying this shit for years. Okay, Jay Rich, you said check my inbox. You sent me a video from a flight of a sister goes off. Yeah, I saw that where they was trying to tell her to something, and that sister went off and told them, I'm the queen up in this motherfucker. She snapped. She snapped. She absolutely snapped. Absolutely. Yep, I saw it, Jay Rich. I saw it. A few little people sent it to me. Yeah, she snapped. She politely told them, no, I'm the queen up in this motherfucker. You on my shit. Let's not get it twisted. It's pretty much what she's saying.
Yeah, she's telling them white privilege is over.
Yeah, all of this shit is over. Even the trickery of the melanated on melanated identity theft, the white on melanated identity theft. Everybody want to be you. Let's go on and put the shit out there. Everybody want to be you. Everybody want to be you. So that says a lot to me. That says a lot to me when every couple of decades you got the government trying to change my motherfucking classification and pseudo-identity. You got the red man that then took our identity. You got the Huguenots that then took our identity. Everybody's trying to be you. So it got to be something to that. But you have to stand up. You have to stand up and clean it up. So, all right, I know I'm 15 minutes over. Go ahead on, Brother Sean.
Why is everybody divided into a class, race, or nationality up until the point when the era or that game is over? Then all of a sudden everybody want to get to holler and we won. I mean, long as they fucking getting over in the system. Oh, fuck you, you ain't shit, you it, this, that, or the other. Now that shit is being rectified. Now motherfuckers want to holler, we all won. Love and
right,
peace.
and it's too late. It's too late, Caucasian people. It's too late. I done told y'all, stand outside and tell that plasma that. It's literally too late. It's over. So no, you're not finna get our consent to continue on. You got to find out who you are and get back to your roots. And just like I tell Mel, can you go on mute? That is killing me. I'm trying, but it's killing me. And that's why I'm screaming, you family. I apologize.
Sorry, I didn't know I wasn't on mute. I thought it was.
Yeah, no, it's not you. I was trying to get over it, but I just kept getting louder and louder because it kept going. But yeah, Caucasian folks, just like I tell melanated people, You got to find out who the fuck you are. You've been running around with other people's identity for quite some time, too. So, just like I tell melanated people, it's not the white man's responsibility. Caucasian people, it's not the melanated people's responsibility. And it sure goddamn ain't indigenous Americans' responsibility. You are not our responsibility. Now, you can link up with your more brothers and sisters, and y'all motherfucking have that discussion. But it's not our responsibility. Moorish, whatever you want to call yourself, you're not our responsibility. Go on and back to them kingdoms that you quote them built. Find out who you really are. Because y'all done ran through quite a bit of motherfucking kingdoms and territories. So you got some digging to do too. Go stand on that square. Because the artificial square you done created in the indigenous Americas, it ain't working for you, bruh. It ain't working for you, sis. That's why you keep getting locked the fuck up. That's why anything you do, you can't get it off the ground. I don't care what nation you have. I ain't seen one of your nations be successful yet. That's why it's not rooted in truth. So go on and figure out who the fuck you really are and take your people with you, the Caucasians. They are your responsibility. I'm telling y'all, you got to get your shit together. The realm is steady speeding up. Mama ain't playing with y'all. I'm telling you, you better get your shit together. Indigenous American Indians, you better get your motherfucking house in order. You want to keep tacking on these identities? Get ready to deal with the consequences and get ready to be exit stage to the motherfucking left. Get your shit together. You can't mix the two. You can't. All right. So with that said, damn y'all, we almost got to the book a little bit. Sis, you have any last words for the family?
Well, just watch the planet burn, flood, and everything else, because everything is talking. Anything that can talk is talking. Even the dogs are going to start talking. But we're going to see all the things that is already predicted to happen, because it's already happening. And for those who still asleep and watch, not paying any attention, I don't know what to say to you. But it's time to get your house in order, as they say, and as you say. And
indeed,
thanks to the for joining us.
Indeed, sis. Thank you for joining, and you be safe out in Cali.
Well, as long as we can start breathing, we'll be all right.
Child, be safe, because Cali, it'll never be the same, and it will not surprise me if it's inhabitable totally. It would not surprise me if folks got to totally leave out of Cali. So,
I was thinking that, it may be inhabitable because you won't be able to breathe the air. We don't know, but we'll see. They're supposed to clear up the air a little bit tomorrow with the weather coming in.
Yeah. Okay, sis, you stay safe.
Thank you.
All right. Brother Sean. Okay, thanks, sis. Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Yeah. What test links your bloodline to a tribe? Are any of your actual ancestors used in those tests that determine where you're from? Who categorized everybody's bloodline to know where you come from.
Right.
What are they comparing this to? How many remain from the Americas are being used in identifying who's who?
Right.
They could just be sticking labels on shit. They probably ain't running no tests on nothing. They send you a piece of paper saying that you from here or from there.
Right.
But it's mighty funny that don't none of us darkies that go through their tests seem to be placed here. They just look at you and determine where you're from, or go by your name.
Yep.
They know what indigenous names are. Oh,
yep,
about
that's
the
what Epic just said.
And about the word indigenous, enough that's close to the word indigent. But using it within the context of their system. Being indigent means that you don't have a bullshit. You're wrong. Ever truly with that. Relationship with mama. So that's why I don't get caught up in these things. The rest of exists whether or not you give me a name. I don't know what ancestors called themselves. I just know what they were lumped in with. I know nothing about those groups. Period. When they came and decided to steal identities, this, that, or the other, form all these treaties, tribes, confederations, all this, that, or the other, that was to serve their purpose at that time. And none of that should have nothing to do with what we got to go through now.
I totally 1,000% agree.
We worried about fighting over names, this, that, or the other, how we going to properly present ourselves to them. Let's get them the fuck down, and then we call ourselves whatever the fuck we want to call ourselves.
Exactly.
Because it's just a name. Names change with frequencies.
Absolutely.
If you're in a higher realm, the names that you might decide to call yourself might be different. Because you might be speaking a different language on a whole different frequency if you're physically speaking at all. People may not want names, period, because names carry karma. If it's not a name that you're just now making up, and you're using a regurgitated name, and you really don't understand what that name means, you don't know what you placed on yourself. You don't know what box you've put yourself in. But that's up to you. I mean, if you have to be called something to be recognized by them, that's fine. I don't have to be called shit to be recognized by nobody. Because if you're not addressing me within the right frequency, I ain't answering you anyway.
You know way. Exactly.
And I digress.
Exactly.
Look.
Indeed, Brother Sean. Well, thank you so much, Sis Sandra, Brother Sean, rocking with me tonight as my co-host. I do want to thank YouTube family. I want to thank our family callers as well. So, thank you all, family, for just rocking with us, and especially those that have been rocking with us for quite some time. You take it for what it's worth. I would hope that you use your own discernment, use the information or not use the information. It really doesn't matter to me. I'm not on here for likes. I'm not on here to convince you of anything. I'm just on here to pass along what I feel, what I found out, what I know at the time. But at the end of the day, it's got to be up to you. It's got to keep rising, the hypocrisy across the board. And that means even in this whole folks that's in the 5% category that has certain type of knowledge. Because I've already, the 90%, it is what it is. They're not there. I'm talking about you 5%. I see it more and more, the hypocrisy within that 5%. It's fucking sickening. I see the egos. I see the disrespect. I see the projection of your bullshit and your need to feel important to shit on other people in the 5%. And with all of that fuckery going on, that tells me you're still not working on self. You're not working on self. Where's your sense of love? Where's your sense of compassion? Where's your sense of really wanting change? Where's your sense of respect for the planet? I'm talking about, let's be clear, I'm talking about you 5% motherfuckers. It's becoming clearer and clearer to me. At the end of the day, this boils down to who are you really as a soul? Because if you are who you claim you are, 5%, you're supposed to be able to stand up on your own. You're supposed to be able to not have to shit on other people to make yourself look good. You're supposed to be able to share knowledge without hoarding. So, like my friend said, her mother said this drunk man told her, You can bullshit me. But when you bullshitting yourself, who really the drunk one in this motherfucking equation? Sweep around your own doorstep. You can't ask for something that you cannot give to yourself. You cannot ask people to respect and love you when you don't give it to yourself. When you don't show it to nature. You just living in your own matrix of illusion of grandeur. You kidding your fucking self. So I'm talking to you 5%, not on the 90%. They are who they are. They not where you have gotten to. Get your shit together. So, with that said, family, we will be back next week. We're going to try to get back into the Civil War. I also wanted to pull up some information, and I've had this literally probably about 6 weeks now, where I want to pull up all of the Indian wars and show you the chart of how this nation went against this nation when they were sided with this European nation, and how it just kept flipping and switching. So hopefully next week we're going to get to that. I want to thank you all so much. Thank you, YouTube family. And Sweet Peas, we have to let you go. We're going to rock out with some music. I hate y'all can't get with us on this. So I started with the Isley Brothers, Summer Breeze, because summer's leaving. So I'm going to rock back out with the Isleys on Voyage to Atlantis. And I can't wait till we get to that next series where we're going to chop it up about Atlantis, Lemuria, the lands beyond the poles, the frequency, the reset. We're going to get it in next series. So YouTube, we have to sign out. Love you all very much. Peace and love.